Colloidal Silver, Your Natural Shield for Health and Well-Being, by M.W. Berg. Now we are in IT together. I am delighted to take you on a journey into the fascinating world of colloidal silver. My personal involvement with alternative healing methods began many years ago when I was looking for natural ways to support and strengthen my own health. Amidst the multitude of options, I came across colloidal silver, a remedy that fascinated me equally with its versatility and its scientific background. The personal path to the discovery of colloidal silver. My first contact with colloidal silver was purely by chance when I was looking for alternatives to conventional medical treatment. A persistent infection and concern about antibiotic resistance led me to this ancient substance, which has been almost forgotten in modern medicine. After thorough research and gathering my own experience, I discovered the diverse uses and positive effects of colloidal silver, both in private and for friends and acquaintances. My fascination grew with every new discovery, motivation and purpose of the book. This book was born out of a desire to share my knowledge and experience with colloidal silver. At a time when antibiotic resistance and chronic diseases are on the rise, I believe it is particularly important to provide information about natural alternatives with few side effects. My goal is to provide you with simple, scientifically based access to colloidal silver that will help you use this remedy safely and effectively in your everyday life. I hope this book serves as a valuable resource on your path to better health and well-being. Why colloidal silver is more relevant today than ever. In today's world, we are facing a growing health crisis caused by the increasing antibiotic resistance and the accumulation of chronic diseases. Many of the conventional drugs, especially antibiotics, are increasingly losing their effectiveness as bacteria become more and more resistant. This creates a global health threat that not only poses immense challenges to hospitals and doctors, but also affects the general population. Colloidal silver is more relevant than ever in this context, as it is considered a natural alternative to conventional antibiotics. Numerous studies and reports suggest that colloidal silver can fight a wide range of bacteria, viruses and fungi without the negative side effects of pharmaceutical antibiotics. In addition, it does not appear to cause the same resistance, making it a potentially more sustainable solution in the fight against infections. In addition, colloidal silver is gaining traction due to the growing interest in natural and holistic health solutions. People are increasingly looking for alternative healing methods that support their bodies naturally without risking long-term side effects. At a time when trust in traditional pharmacology is waning, colloidal silver offers a promising option to boost the immune system, treat infections, and promote overall health. The rediscovery and growing awareness of colloidal silver as a natural antibiotic shows that it is not only an ancient healing method, but can also play an important role in modern healthcare. With this book, I want to show you how colloidal silver can be used safely, effectively and easily to meet the challenges of today's health problems. Health challenges in modern times. Antibiotic resistance and its global threat. Over the past few decades, medicine has relied heavily on antibiotics as miracle cures to fight bacterial infections. These drugs have saved countless lives and become one of the mainstays of modern medicine. But this widespread and often indiscriminate use has led to a serious problem: the development of antibiotic resistance. More and more strains of bacteria are developing the ability to evade the effects of antibiotics, meaning that diseases that were once easily curable are once again becoming life-threatening threats. The World Health Organization, WHO, has repeatedly warned of the dangers of antibiotic resistance, classifying it as one of the greatest global health threats of the 21st century. Without effective antibiotics, routine surgery, cancer treatments and the treatment of simple infections could become extremely risky. This development forces us to find new ways to fight infections while preventing the emergence of further resistance. Colloidal silver offers an interesting and promising alternative here. It works in a way that is fundamentally different from conventional antibiotics by attacking and destroying bacteria at the cellular level without causing resistance to develop. Studies show that even multi-resistant bacterial strains respond to colloidal silver, making it a valuable weapon in the fight against the global threat of antibiotic resistance. The search for alternatives to conventional medicine. In addition to antibiotic resistance, there are many other health challenges facing modern society. Chronic diseases such as autoimmune disorders, allergies and inflammation are on the rise, and many people are looking for holistic approaches to improve their health. Conventional medicine, as valuable as it is, often focuses on symptomatic treatment rather than addressing the underlying causes of disease. This has led more and more people to consider alternatives to conventional medicine. Natural remedies and alternative therapies are therefore experiencing a renaissance. Colloidal silver is at the forefront of this movement as it is seen as an effective, versatile and natural means of promoting health. It is used not only for acute infections but also to support the immune system and prevent disease. This development reflects the growing need to take control of one's own health and find gentle but effective solutions that support the body in its natural regeneration. Another advantage of alternative healing methods such as colloidal silver is that they place relatively little strain on the organism. While conventional medications often have unwanted side effects, colloidal silver is described by many users as being well tolerated. At a time when health is becoming increasingly fragile and chronic diseases are increasingly shaping our lives, people are increasingly looking for ways to protect and strengthen themselves in the long term through preventative measures and natural remedies. Natural remedies as a complement to modern medicine. In recent years, there has been a growing awareness of natural remedies and alternative therapies. More and more people are turning to herbal preparations, nutritional supplements and traditional healing methods to support their health. This development is evident not only in the general population, but also in the medical community, where natural remedies are increasingly viewed as a valuable addition to modern medicine. Modern medicine has achieved undeniable successes, especially in the treatment of acute and life-threatening diseases. It is based on decades of research, technical innovations and evidence-based science. However, in many cases, conventional medicine focuses on treating symptoms and acute diseases, while the natural remedies approach often aims to strengthen the body holistically and activate its self-healing powers. Natural remedies, such as colloidal silver, can bridge the gap. They often offer gentler, less invasive treatments that are gentle on the body while still providing effective health benefits. Colloidal silver, for example, has been used as a natural antibiotic for centuries and is regaining importance due to its wide range of uses and potential ability to fight infections without promoting resistance. However, the integration of natural remedies into modern medicine does not mean that they should replace it. Rather, A combination of both approaches can provide optimal results for the patient. While conventional medications are often essential in acute or severe cases, natural remedies such as colloidal silver can provide support by strengthening the immune system, speeding healing, and promoting general well-being. Another important element of the combination of modern and natural healing methods is prevention. While conventional medicine usually intervenes when a disease has already broken out, the focus of natural remedies is often on maintaining balance in the body and preventing disease. Colloidal silver, for example, can be used not only to treat infections, but also preventively to support the immune system and protect the body from pathogens. In addition, many people value less chemical exposure and fewer side effects that often occur when using natural remedies compared to pharmaceutical products. This preference means that colloidal silver and similar products are becoming increasingly popular not only as an alternative therapy, but also as a complementary measure to conventional medicine. The synergy between modern medical procedures and natural remedies thus opens up new possibilities for holistic and patient-oriented healthcare. The combination of the rapid and precise action of pharmaceutical products with the long-lasting and holistic effects of natural healing methods offers the potential to promote health in a way that both solves acute problems and supports long-term well-being. Chapter 1: The Origins and Science Behind Colloidal Silver. History and Development of Colloidal Silver. Silver has a long history as a medicinal agent, dating back to ancient times. For centuries, different cultures have valued silver for its special healing and protective properties. Its use as a natural remedy has experienced several peaks over time, especially during times when modern medicine did not yet have the scientific knowledge and tools it has today. With the development of technologies and the discovery of colloidal solutions, silver was rediscovered in modern medicine and gained importance. Traditional use of silver as a medicinal agent. The healing power of silver has been used in ancient civilizations. In ancient times, particularly in Greek, Roman and Egyptian cultures, silver was used to treat wounds and infections. Greek and Roman aristocrats drank wine from silver vessels to prevent it from spoiling, and silver was known to inhibit the growth of bacteria. In Indian and Chinese medicine, silver was also highly valued in healing and was often used in the form of powders or solutions to cleanse the body of disease. In the Middle Ages, silver was used to prevent the spread of infections. Wealthy families and nobles used silver cutlery and cups to minimize the risk of disease, while silver coins were placed in drinking water to improve water quality. Even sailors kept water and milk in silver containers to keep them fresh during long voyages. Throughout history, knowledge of silver's bactericidal properties developed and it was used as a proven agent for wound disinfection and healing. Before modern antibiotics were discovered, silver was widely used in many medical applications, particularly in wound treatment and in the fight against infectious diseases. The breakthrough of colloidal silver in medicine. The modern era of colloidal silver began in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. With advances in chemistry and physics, it became possible to obtain silver in colloidal form, that is, silver particles in such a fine suspension that they can float in a liquid and be easily absorbed by the body. Colloidal silver was discovered to be a remarkable antibacterial agent, opening up numerous medical applications. At the beginning of the 20th century, colloidal silver was considered the antibiotic wonder drug and was used for many infectious diseases. Doctors and pharmacists prescribed it as a broad-spectrum antibiotic to treat bacterial infections, wound healing, skin diseases, eye infections and respiratory diseases. It was administered in the form of drops, ointments and injections and was considered one of the most effective treatments available. However, with the discovery of penicillin and the development of synthetic antibiotics in the 1940s, colloidal silver was increasingly forgotten. The new, cheaper and easier to produce antibiotics pushed colloidal silver out of medical practice. These synthetic drugs enabled faster and more targeted treatment of bacterial infections and became the preferred choice of doctors due to their effectiveness. In recent decades, however, colloidal silver has experienced a renaissance. With growing concerns about antibiotic resistance and the increasing side effects of many modern medications, researchers and alternative medicine practitioners returned to colloidal silver. It was again viewed as a natural, versatile and gentle alternative for fighting infections. At the same time, public interest in colloidal silver increased, especially in the field of alternative medicine, where it is considered immune-boosting and antimicrobial. The decline and resurgence in the 21st century. The decline of colloidal silver as a medical remedy began in the mid-20th century, when synthetic antibiotics such as penicillin were introduced on a large scale. These drugs were not only cheaper and easier to manufacture, but also offered faster and more precise treatment for bacterial infections. Their popularity led to colloidal silver being largely pushed out of clinical practice, as it was considered an outdated form of therapy. Doctors and pharmaceutical companies turned to modern antibiotics, which were hailed as the new miracle weapon against disease. Another factor in the decline of colloidal silver was the increasing focus of medical science on standardized, patentable drugs. Colloidal silver, a naturally occurring element, could not be commercialized and protected in the same way as synthetic drugs. This led to it receiving less support in the pharmaceutical industry and gradually falling into obscurity. In the decades that followed, the health benefits of colloidal silver were considered by many to be outdated, and interest in the remedy waned. While it continued to be used in some niche areas, the wider medical community preferred the use of the increasingly numerous synthetic antibiotics. But this progress had a dark side. With the intensive and often inappropriate use of antibiotics, the number of antibiotic-resistant bacterial strains increased rapidly. Bacteria developed resistance to almost all common antibiotics, leading to a global health crisis. In the late 1990s and especially in the 21st century, interest in natural remedies and alternatives to conventional medicine began to grow again. This was partly a response to the side effects and limitations of synthetic drugs, especially with regard to antibiotic resistance. More and more people were looking for natural, low side effect alternatives to promote health, and colloidal silver experienced an impressive resurgence. Researchers and health practitioners began to re-examine the potential antimicrobial and immune-boosting properties of colloidal silver. Studies showed that colloidal silver could effectively fight bacteria, viruses and fungi without promoting the dangerous resistance seen with synthetic antibiotics. This made it particularly interesting at a time when the search for new, effective antimicrobials was becoming increasingly urgent. Another reason for the resurgence of colloidal silver in the 21st century is the growing interest in holistic and alternative medicine. Many people are looking for natural healing methods that support the body as a whole, rather than just treating individual symptoms. Colloidal silver is considered one such remedy that can be used both preventively to strengthen the immune system and in acute infections. The increasing dissemination of information about colloidal silver on the internet and through alternative health practices has led to a rise in its popularity, especially in circles that value natural remedies. In addition, the development of modern technologies has made it possible to produce colloidal silver of higher purity and better quality. Advances in nanotechnology have meant that colloidal silver solutions can now be produced finer and more uniformly, increasing their effectiveness and safety. These technological improvements have helped to restore the perception of colloidal silver as an effective, safe and versatile remedy. Today, colloidal silver is seen by many as a valuable addition to conventional medicine, especially in light of the growing threat of resistant pathogens. Although there is still controversy surrounding its use, colloidal silver has made a significant comeback in the 21st century. It is used not only in alternative health circles, but also increasingly by people looking for natural and gentle solutions for their health. The chemical structure of colloidal silver. What does colloidal mean? The term colloidal refers to a special form of solution in which microscopic particles of a substance are evenly distributed in a medium, such as water. A colloid is therefore not a true solution in which the dissolved substances are completely bound to the solvent at the molecular level. Instead, the particles float in the liquid and, due to their small size, remain stable in suspension without settling to the bottom or clumping together. In the case of colloidal silver, this means that tiny silver particles are evenly distributed in distilled water. These silver particles are so small that they are not visible to the naked eye, but large enough that they do not fully interact with the water. The particles remain stable in the solution due to electrochemical forces and their small size. These properties make colloidal silver particularly effective, as the silver particles are able to interact directly with bacteria, viruses and fungi without quickly decomposing or losing their effectiveness. The special thing about a colloidal solution is that it offers a larger surface area due to the fine distribution of the particles, which increases the reactivity of the silver particles. The colloidal structure ensures that the silver can act not only locally but systemically in the body, as the particles are so small that they can be easily absorbed and transported by the body. The molecular composition and significance of particle size. The molecular composition of colloidal silver is essentially made up of tiny silver particles that are typically suspended in pure, distilled water. These particles are made up of either pure silver or silver oxides, depending on the manufacturing process and the quality of the solution. The smaller the particles, the more likely they are to work effectively in the body, as they can more easily penetrate the cells and tissues to exert their antimicrobial effects. Particle size plays a crucial role in the effectiveness and safety of colloidal silver. Typically, particle sizes are in the nano range, 1 to 100 nanometers, meaning they are small enough to penetrate deep into tissues, but remain large enough not to penetrate the cellular structure itself, reducing the risk of side effects. A smaller particle size also means a larger total surface area of the silver, which increases the bioactive effect. The more surface area the silver has, the more intensely it can come into contact with and destroy pathogens such as bacteria, viruses and fungi. At the same time, The small size helps the particles to be evenly distributed throughout the body and can act systemically without quickly accumulating in tissues or leading to toxic concentrations. The concentration of colloidal silver is measured in parts per million ppm, which describes the amount of silver particles in relation to the total amount of the solution. Higher concentrations mean more silver particles, which can be beneficial in some applications, but particle size is often more important than concentration alone. Solutions with very small particles can be more effective at lower concentrations, as the larger surface area of the silver particles allows for a stronger antimicrobial effect. In addition, it is important to note that the stability of the silver particles in the solution depends on the quality of the manufacturing process. High-quality colloidal silver remains stable for a long time without the particles settling to the bottom or the solution losing effectiveness. This stability is crucial for the effectiveness and shelf life of colloidal silver. Physical and chemical properties of colloidal silver. Colloidal silver has unique physical and chemical properties that make it effective against a wide range of microorganisms. These properties depend heavily on the size and distribution of the silver particles, as well as the purity and stability of the solution. The main physical and chemical characteristics of colloidal silver are described in more detail below. Physical properties. Particle size and surface area. One of the most important physical properties of colloidal silver is its particle size, which is typically in the nanometer range, 1 to 100 nanometers. The smaller the particles, the greater the total surface area of the particles relative to their volume, increasing their biological activity. This means that smaller silver particles are more effective because they provide more surface area for contact with pathogens such as bacteria, viruses and fungi. The smaller particles can also more easily penetrate biological barriers in the body, such as cell walls or membranes. Colorimetry. Color of solution. Colloidal silver displays different colors depending on the size of the particles. A high-quality colloidal silver solution with very small particles often appears light yellow to gold, while larger particles make the solution appear dark gray or even brown. These color differences are due to the interaction of light with the silver particles, an effect known as plasmon resonance. So the color can be an indicator of the quality and size of the silver particles in the solution. Suspension stability. A crucial aspect of the physical properties of colloidal silver is the stability of the solution. In a well-made colloidal suspension, the silver particles remain suspended and do not settle to the bottom. This stability is maintained by electrostatic forces that prevent the silver particles from clumping together, coagulating. A stable colloidal solution ensures that the silver particles are evenly distributed throughout the body when ingested or applied to the skin, allowing them to exert their full antimicrobial effect. Chemical properties. Redox. Electron transfer. Properties. One of the most important chemical properties of colloidal silver is its ability to transfer electrons, a property that makes it so effective for antimicrobial purposes. Silver ions, Ag, can steal electrons from microorganisms, destroying their cell membranes and causing them to die. These redox reactions are key to colloidal silver's antimicrobial effects, as they disrupt the metabolism of bacteria, viruses and fungi and prevent them from reproducing. Ion release. Colloidal silver releases small amounts of silver ions, Ag, when it comes into contact with water and biological fluids. These silver ions are highly reactive and bind to the cell membranes of microbes, blocking their cellular respiration. This leads to the death of the microorganisms. The release of silver ions is gradual and depends on the size of the silver particles as well as the pH and temperature of the environment. This slow release ensures a continuous antimicrobial effect. Reactivity with proteins. Silver ions have a special affinity for sulfur and oxygen groups in proteins found in the cell walls of bacteria and other microbes. By binding to these proteins, silver denatures their structure, disrupting the functions of the microorganisms. This reaction plays a key role in fighting microbes and is one of the main mechanisms by which colloidal silver prevents infections. Oxidation behavior. Silver can oxidize in the presence of oxygen, producing silver ions, which are responsible for the antimicrobial activity. This oxidation is important because it allows the continuous release of silver ions from the suspended silver particles, which supports the long-term effects of colloidal silver. However, it is important that the colloidal silver is manufactured and stored correctly to prevent excessive oxidation and thus the loss of its effectiveness. Inertness to the body's own cells. Another important chemical aspect of colloidal silver is its relative inertness to human cells. While silver is toxic to microbes, it is generally well tolerated by the cells of the human body, which are protected by antioxidant enzymes. As long as colloidal silver is used in therapeutic concentrations, it remains safe for humans and does not cause significant negative effects. Summary: the physical and chemical properties of colloidal silver, from its particle size and stability to its ion release and antimicrobial reactivity, make it a unique and effective agent against a wide range of pathogens. Its ability to destroy bacteria, viruses and fungi through electron transfer and protein binding, as well as its stability as a colloidal solution, ensure continuous and reliable action without rapid development of resistance. These properties explain why colloidal silver has been valued in naturopathy and alternative medicine for centuries and is making a comeback in the 21st century. Function in the body. How colloidal silver affects cells and microbes. Colloidal silver has a remarkable effect on microorganisms such as bacteria, viruses and fungi, while at the same time it generally does not harm human cells. The antimicrobial effect of silver is based on several biological mechanisms that take place at the cellular level and disrupt the structure and functions of microorganisms. Destruction of the cell membrane of microbes. Silver particles and in particular the released silver ions, Ag, bind to the cell walls and cell membranes of bacteria and fungi. This binding destabilizes important structures in the cell membrane, which leads to increased permeability of the membrane. This means that the cells lose their control over the exchange of substances and vital substances, such as ions and nutrients, escape from the cell, while harmful substances can penetrate. This membrane destabilization often leads to the death of the microorganisms. Disruption of cellular respiration. Silver ions also attack the respiratory enzymes in the cell membrane of bacteria. These enzymes are necessary to use oxygen for the metabolism of the cells. By inhibiting these enzymes, cellular respiration is blocked, which means that the microbes can no longer use oxygen to generate energy. Without energy, the cell dies. This mechanism of disruption of cellular respiration is one of the main reasons for the antimicrobial effectiveness of colloidal silver. Binding to DNA and proteins. Silver ions interact with the DNA and important proteins within the microorganisms. By binding to the DNA, they prevent the microorganisms from replicating, which stops them from multiplying. Enzymes and proteins that are essential for the metabolism of the microorganisms are also denatured by silver ions and lose their functionality. This means that the microbes are no longer able to maintain their vital functions. Oxidative damage. Silver ions also generate reactive oxygen species, ROS, such as hydrogen peroxide and superoxide anions, which are harmful to microbes. These oxidative compounds attack cellular components such as lipids, proteins and DNA, causing oxidative damage that can destroy cells beyond repair. Human cells have antioxidant defense mechanisms to prevent oxidative damage, but microorganisms often have fewer protective mechanisms against such damage. Overall, the multifactorial effect of colloidal silver leads to a comprehensive destruction of microorganisms. These different modes of action make it particularly difficult for bacteria, viruses and fungi to develop resistance to colloidal silver, as it has many different points of attack. The role of nanoparticles in healing. Colloidal silver nanoparticles play a crucial role in the effectiveness and bioavailability of the agent in the human body. Their extremely small size allows them to penetrate areas of the body that are difficult to reach for larger particles or conventional drugs. These nanoparticles offer a variety of advantages in medical applications. Improved bioavailability and cell penetration. Due to their tiny size, silver nanoparticles can penetrate deep into tissues and cells, increasing their efficiency in fighting microorganisms. Unlike larger particles that may only work on the cell surface, nanoparticles can easily penetrate into the interior of cells and tissues and exert their effects there. This allows for deeper and more comprehensive treatment of infections, especially in hard-to-reach areas of the body. Slow and even release of silver ions. Silver nanoparticles gradually release silver ions, which produce the antimicrobial effect. This slow release ensures a sustained effect in the body, as the silver ions are released gradually, allowing them to act against infections over a longer period of time. This keeps the concentration of silver ions in the body stable without reaching toxic peak levels. Anti-inflammatory properties. In addition to their antimicrobial effects, silver nanoparticles also have anti-inflammatory properties that can help heal damaged tissue. They reduce the release of pro-inflammatory cytokines and support the body's natural healing process. This makes colloidal silver particularly useful in treating skin injuries, wounds and inflammation, as it not only fights infection but also speeds up healing, minimizing resistance. Due to the multiple effects of silver nanoparticles and the simultaneous attack on various structures of the microorganisms, cell walls, DNA, enzymes, etc., it is extremely difficult for bacteria and other microbes to develop resistance to colloidal silver. While conventional antibiotics often target a specific mechanism, making it easier for bacteria to develop resistance, colloidal silver attacks on multiple levels, significantly reducing the development of resistance. Synergistic effects with other therapies. Colloidal silver nanoparticles can be used in combination with other therapies to increase their effectiveness. Studies show that silver nanoparticles in combination with antibiotics can enhance the antimicrobial effect by facilitating the antibiotics' access to the microorganisms or by further weakening the bacteria's cell membranes. This could help to increase the effectiveness of antibiotics while reducing the necessary dose, which reduces the risk of side effects and the development of resistance. Summary. The effect of colloidal silver on microorganisms occurs through a combination of cell membrane destabilization, disruption of cellular respiration, binding to DNA and proteins, and oxidative damage. The tiny nanoparticles allow for deeper cell penetration and provide a slow, steady release of silver ions, ensuring a long-lasting antimicrobial effect. At the same time, they contribute to tissue healing through anti-inflammatory effects. These properties make colloidal silver a versatile and effective tool in fighting infections and supporting the healing process. The importance of ppm, parts per million, for effectiveness. The concentration of colloidal silver is usually expressed in ppm, parts per million. This value indicates how many parts of silver are contained in 1 million parts of the solution. In simple terms, a value of 10 ppm means that there are 10 parts of silver in 1 million parts of the solution. The ppm number is an important factor that affects the effectiveness, use and safety of colloidal silver. How ppm affects effectiveness. Higher concentrations provide more silver ions. A higher ppm number means that there are more silver particles in the solution. The more silver particles there are, the more silver ions, Ag, can be released, which then attack the microorganisms. This can increase the antimicrobial effect, as silver ions are the essential carriers of the biological activity of colloidal silver. In many cases, a solution with a higher concentration can work faster and more effectively against infections because it provides more active ingredient. Effectiveness in different applications. The ideal ppm concentration depends on the specific application. For example, a lower concentration, 5-10 ppm, may be sufficient for preventative applications or mild infections, while higher concentrations, 20-50 ppm or more, are more effective for more serious or chronic infections. Higher concentrations are often used for external applications such as treating skin infections or wounds because they have a stronger and more direct effect on the affected areas. Combination of particle size and ppm. It is important to understand that the ppm number alone does not determine effectiveness. The particle size of the colloidal silver also plays an essential role. Smaller particles have a larger surface area relative to their volume, meaning that a lower ppm number with very small particles can sometimes be more effective than a higher ppm solution with larger particles. The combination of a small particle size and an appropriate ppm number is crucial to ensure optimal effectiveness. The right ppm number for different applications. Preventive use and immune system support. 5-10 ppm. For daily use to support the immune system and prevent infections. Solutions with a low concentration of 5-10 ppm are often sufficient. This concentration provides enough silver ions to inhibit microorganisms without placing too much strain on the body. Acute infections and internal applications. 10-30 ppm. For acute infections such as colds, flu or bacterial infections in the gastrointestinal tract, concentrations between 10 and 30 ppm may be more effective. These medium concentrations ensure an increased release of silver ions that act specifically against pathogens without the risk of overdose. Severe infections and external applications. 30-50 ppm. For more severe infections or for external use, such as treating wounds, skin infections or burns. Solutions containing 30-50 ppm can be used. These higher concentrations provide a more intense effect and stronger antimicrobial activity because they release more silver ions. In these cases, a higher concentration is useful to ensure faster healing and more effective infection control. Risks and safety aspects at high ppm concentrations. Although higher ppm numbers can increase the effectiveness of colloidal silver, it is important to be careful about dosage and safety. Taking very high concentrations for long periods of time carries the risk of side effects such as the rare but well-known condition argyria, in which the silver builds up in the body and the skin takes on a bluish discoloration. This usually only occurs with extremely high doses or inferior products where the particle size is not properly controlled or the solution contains impurities. It is therefore advisable to always respect the recommended dose and to ensure that good quality colloidal silver is used and with appropriate concentrations. A concentration of 5-30 ppm is sufficient for most applications and offers a good balance between effectiveness and safety. Conclusion. The ppm level of colloidal silver is a key factor in determining its effectiveness. Higher ppm levels mean more silver particles and therefore a stronger antimicrobial effect, especially for acute or severe infections. However, the ppm level must be considered in conjunction with the particle size to achieve the best effectiveness. There are different ideal concentrations for different applications, from preventative measures to the treatment of severe infections, but care should always be taken to find the right balance between effectiveness and safety. Chapter 2. Colloidal silver as an antibiotic and its medical applications. Colloidal silver as a natural antibiotic. Colloidal silver is known for its powerful antimicrobial properties and has been used for centuries as a natural remedy to fight infections. It works on a wide range of microorganisms, including bacteria, viruses and fungi, and is used by many people as an alternative or complement to synthetic antibiotics. Thanks to its versatile mode of action and wide range of applications, colloidal silver has regained popularity in the 21st century, especially in times of increasing antibiotic resistance. Effect on bacteria, viruses and fungi. Colloidal silver acts on various microorganisms by attacking their cell structures and disrupting their functions, which ultimately leads to the death of the microbes. Here is an overview of how colloidal silver works on bacteria, viruses and fungi. Effect on bacteria. Colloidal silver shows remarkable effectiveness against a wide range of bacteria, both gram-positive and gram-negative strains. Silver ions destroy the cell walls of bacteria and destabilize their cell membranes. This leads to a loss of ions and nutrients necessary for the survival of the bacteria. By inhibiting important enzymes necessary for cellular respiration and metabolism, energy production in the bacteria is stopped. This causes the bacteria to die and no longer be able to reproduce. Particularly noteworthy is the ability of colloidal silver to also act against antibiotic-resistant bacterial strains, making it a valuable option in the fight against multi-resistant germs. Effect on viruses. Viruses differ from bacteria because they are not independent living organisms, but require host cells to multiply. Colloidal silver attacks viruses in several ways. Silver particles bind to viral proteins and prevent the viruses from docking onto and infecting human cells. In addition, Silver ions block the virus's ability to transport its DNA or RNA into the host cell, which prevents the virus from multiplying. This mode of action makes colloidal silver particularly valuable in fighting viral infections such as colds, flu, and other viral diseases. Effect on fungi. Colloidal silver is also effective against fungal infections caused by organisms such as yeast and mold. Silver ions destabilize the cell walls of fungi and inhibit the proliferation of fungal cells. This makes colloidal silver an effective treatment for skin infections, athlete's foot, candida infections and other fungal infections. The ability to fight fungi is achieved through the combination of cell membrane damage and the blocking of vital metabolic pathways. Colloidal silver's ability to act against various types of pathogens makes it a versatile and effective agent against infections. Its multifactorial method of attacking bacteria, viruses and fungi also reduces the risk of resistance developing. Use in the prevention and treatment of infections. Colloidal silver is not only used to treat existing infections, but also plays an important role in prevention. Due to its antimicrobial effect, it can be used to reduce the risk of infections and strengthen the immune system. Preventive use. One of the most important uses of colloidal silver is to boost the immune system to prevent infections. People who regularly take colloidal silver in small doses often report a reduced susceptibility to colds, flu, and other infections. This is because colloidal silver can inhibit the growth of pathogens in the early stages before they spread through the body. In addition, colloidal silver is used to disinfect surfaces and in cleaning products to reduce the risk of infection in environments such as the home or office. Healing infections. Colloidal silver is used to treat a variety of bacterial, viral and fungal infections. When used topically, such as treating skin infections, wounds or burns, it not only promotes the fight against microbes, but also speeds up the healing process and reduces inflammation. Colloidal silver can be applied directly to the skin to prevent infections and promote healing. When used internally, colloidal silver helps with infections of the respiratory tract, digestive system, and other internal organs. It can be used for colds, bronchitis, sinusitis, gastrointestinal infections, and even chronic conditions such as candida. Due to its antimicrobial effect and ability to reduce inflammation, colloidal silver can fight both acute and chronic infections, wound healing and skin infections. One of the best documented uses of colloidal silver is wound healing. Due to its anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial properties, colloidal silver promotes the regeneration of damaged tissue and prevents infections in open wounds. It is often used in ointments or as a spray to speed up the healing of skin wounds, burns and cuts. Colloidal silver can also be helpful for chronic skin conditions such as eczema, psoriasis and acne. Use for respiratory infections. For viral and bacterial respiratory infections, such as flu, colds, or bronchitis, colloidal silver can help relieve symptoms and speed healing. Ingesting it can help fight viruses and bacteria in the respiratory tract, while using a silver spray or inhaler can provide immediate relief for sore throats and sinus infections. Conclusion. Colloidal silver is a powerful natural antibiotic that acts on various pathogens, including bacteria, viruses and fungi. It can be used both to prevent infections and to cure them, offering a safe and natural alternative to synthetic antibiotics. Its wide applicability and ability to fight microorganisms on multiple levels make colloidal silver a versatile and valuable tool in health prevention and treatment. Studies on resistance and effectiveness against antibiotics. In recent decades, the issue of antibiotic resistance has become a global health crisis. Bacteria that are resistant to conventional antibiotics have developed rapidly and pose major challenges to modern medicine. The growing number of infections that can no longer be effectively treated with antibiotics is forcing scientists and doctors to look for alternative solutions. In this context, colloidal silver has become the focus of research because it acts differently on bacteria and other pathogens than conventional antibiotics. Many studies have addressed the question of whether colloidal silver can offer a solution to antibiotic resistance and how effective it is compared to conventional antibiotics. Antibiotic resistance, a global problem. Antibiotic resistance occurs when bacteria mutate over time and develop mechanisms to protect themselves against the effects of antibiotics. This resistance often arises from the overuse and inappropriate use of antibiotics in medicine and agriculture. Once a resistant strain of bacteria has developed, it can spread rapidly and become a threat to public health. Known multidrug-resistant bacteria such as methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, and carbapenem-resistant Enterobacteriaceae, CRE, have limited treatment options and made it increasingly difficult to control life-threatening infections. This increasing antibiotic resistance has increased the need for new antimicrobial solutions that rely on alternative mechanisms of action. Studies on colloidal silver and resistance. A promising aspect of colloidal silver is its ability to attack bacteria on multiple levels, making it harder for pathogens to develop resistance. While antibiotics often target specific bacterial processes or structures, colloidal silver works by destruction of the cell membrane, which disrupts the metabolism and integrity of the bacterial cell, inhibiting cellular respiration by blocking enzymes that bacteria use to generate energy. Damage to the DNA, which prevents the bacteria from replicating and stops them from multiplying. This multifactorial method of attack makes colloidal silver an extremely robust antimicrobial agent. Several studies have found that bacteria have a very hard time developing resistance to these multiple points of attack. This is one of the biggest advantages of colloidal silver compared to antibiotics, which often only target a single weak point in the bacterial cell. A study published in the journal Applied and Environmental Microbiology showed that colloidal silver was effective against multidrug-resistant strains of bacteria, such as MRSA, which are resistant to conventional antibiotics. The study found that silver nanoparticles were able to both significantly reduce bacterial numbers and inhibit the formation of biofilms. Biofilms are protective layers that bacteria form around themselves, making them more resistant to antimicrobials. However, colloidal silver was able to disrupt biofilm formation, making the bacteria more susceptible to treatments. Synergy of colloidal silver with antibiotics. Another important aspect that has been investigated in studies is the synergistic effect of colloidal silver when combined with conventional antibiotics. Some studies show that colloidal silver can enhance the effectiveness of certain antibiotics by making the cell membrane of bacteria more permeable, allowing the antibiotics to penetrate the cells more easily. This means that lower doses of antibiotics can be used to achieve the same effect, reducing the risk of side effects and the development of further resistance. In a study published in the Journal of Nanobiotechnology, it was shown that colloidal silver combined with antibiotics such as amoxicillin, erythromycin and penicillin significantly increased the antimicrobial activity of these drugs. The study showed that the combined use enhanced the bactericidal effect and a lower concentration of antibiotics was required to kill the bacteria. This synergistic effect could offer a promising approach to prolong the effectiveness of existing antibiotics and prevent the emergence of new resistance. Effectiveness of colloidal silver compared to antibiotics. Studies have shown that colloidal silver has comparable, if not superior, effectiveness to some conventional antibiotics, especially in treating multidrug-resistant bacteria. A study published in the International Journal of Antimicrobial Agents found that silver nanoparticles were effective against gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria, including resistant strains, demonstrating that silver can fight a wide range of microbes without promoting the development of resistance. Another example is the use of colloidal silver in wound treatment. Clinical studies have shown that dressings and ointments containing silver not only fight infections, but also accelerate healing and minimize the risk of complications such as biofilm formation. Silver is increasingly used in hospitals for wound care, especially in patients who are susceptible to infections caused by multi-resistant germs. Conclusion. Colloidal silver has been shown in studies to have a strong antimicrobial effect against a wide range of bacteria, including antibiotic-resistant strains. Silver's multifactorial method of attacking microorganisms makes it extremely difficult for bacteria to develop resistance. In addition, studies show that colloidal silver can have a synergistic effect when combined with antibiotics, increasing the effectiveness of conventional drugs and reducing the development of further resistance. Due to its broad efficacy and the fact that it does not induce any known resistance, colloidal silver is considered a promising alternative or complement to synthetic antibiotics, especially at a time when antibiotic resistance is an increasing threat worldwide. Comparison: colloidal silver and conventional antibiotics. Colloidal silver and conventional antibiotics are both effective ways to fight infections, but they differ in their mechanism of action, range of applications, and potential advantages and disadvantages. While antibiotics specifically target bacteria, colloidal silver has a broader spectrum of action and can fight bacteria, viruses, and fungi. A comprehensive comparison of these two forms of therapy helps to understand their respective strengths and weaknesses. Spectrum of activity compared to chemical antibiotics. Antibiotics. Specific targeting against bacteria. Chemical antibiotics are synthetic or natural substances that act specifically against bacteria. There are different classes of antibiotics. For example, penicillins, cephalosporins, tetracyclines, that use different mechanisms to kill bacteria or inhibit their growth. They often interfere with the bacteria's metabolism, for example by blocking cell wall synthesis or protein production. A major advantage of antibiotics is their high specificity. They can target specific strains of bacteria, making them very effective in treating certain infections. However, each antibiotic is only effective against certain types of bacteria, which means that accurate diagnosis and choice of the appropriate antibiotic are required. Antibiotics are ineffective against viruses and fungi. which makes them useless for viral infections such as colds or flu. Colloidal silver. Broad antimicrobial spectrum of activity. Colloidal silver, on the other hand, is effective not only against bacteria but also against viruses and fungi, making it a more widely applicable agent. It has a multifunctional effect as it attacks the cell walls of bacteria, disrupts cellular respiration and inhibits DNA replication. This makes it effective against a wide range of microorganisms, including those that have become resistant to conventional antibiotics. Due to its broad antimicrobial activity, colloidal silver can be used for bacterial, viral and fungal infections. This makes it particularly useful in situations where the exact pathogen causing an infection is not immediately known. Advantages and disadvantages of both forms of therapy. Benefits of conventional antibiotics. Targeted effect. Antibiotics are able to effectively combat specific strains of bacteria. In the case of a clearly diagnosed bacterial infection, the targeted use of antibiotics can work very quickly and solve the infection problem within a short period of time. Rapid clinical success in bacterial infections. In acute bacterial infections such as pneumonia, urinary tract infections or bacterial meningitis, antibiotics have a proven track record of rapid and effective treatment. Standardized dosage and use. Because antibiotics are well researched and standardized, there are clearly defined dosages and treatment protocols. Doctors can give precise instructions on how long and in what dose the drug should be taken to ensure complete healing. Disadvantages of conventional antibiotics. Antibiotic resistance. The overuse and misuse of antibiotics has led to a global health crisis as many strains of bacteria have become resistant. This resistance means that infections that were once easily treated now respond poorly or not at all to antibiotics. Side effects. Antibiotics can cause a variety of side effects, including gastrointestinal problems, allergies and, in some cases, serious reactions such as anaphylactic shock. They can also affect the natural intestinal flora, causing an imbalance in the body. Limited spectrum of activity. Antibiotics only work against bacteria. Antibiotics are ineffective against infections caused by viruses or fungi. Their use against viral diseases such as colds or flu is therefore not only ineffective, but can also contribute to the development of resistance. Benefits of colloidal silver. Broad spectrum of action. Colloidal silver is effective against bacteria, viruses and fungi. This makes it particularly versatile, as it can be used for a wide range of infections without having to know the exact pathogen. This property is particularly useful when treating an infection with an unclear cause. Effectiveness against resistant germs. Studies have shown that colloidal silver is effective against bacteria that are resistant to conventional antibiotics, such as MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. Its multifactorial method of attack makes it difficult for microorganisms to develop resistance. Fewer known side effects. Compared to antibiotics, colloidal silver has fewer known side effects, especially when used short-term or externally. It does not destroy healthy gut flora, meaning there is less risk of digestive problems or a weakened immune system. Synergistic effect. Colloidal silver can be used in combination with conventional antibiotics to enhance their effectiveness. This can help reduce the necessary dose of antibiotics and thus reduce the risk of side effects and resistance. Disadvantages of colloidal silver. Limited scientific recognition and studies. Although there are many positive reports and some studies confirm the effectiveness of colloidal silver, there is still a lack of large-scale clinical studies that comprehensively document its effectiveness and safety. Traditional medicine is often skeptical about colloidal silver, and in some countries its use is restricted. Risk of argyria. Excessive and improper use of colloidal silver can lead to the accumulation of silver in the body, which can cause a rare condition called argyria. This is an irreversible skin discoloration in which the skin takes on a bluish or gray tint. Although this risk is small, especially with high-quality products and correct use, it must be considered in homogeneous quality standards. Because colloidal silver is often sold as a dietary supplement, there are no uniform quality standards. This can lead to significant variations in purity, particle size and concentration. Users must pay attention to the quality of the product to ensure it is effective and safe. Conclusion. While antibiotics work quickly and effectively on clearly diagnosed bacterial infections, colloidal silver has the advantage of a broad spectrum of action that can also fight viruses and fungi. However, antibiotics face the problem of resistance and can cause side effects, while colloidal silver offers a promising option in fighting multi-resistant germs and preventing infections. Both forms of therapy have their strengths and weaknesses, and in some cases, combining both approaches can produce the best results. Combination of colloidal silver with conventional medical treatments. Combining colloidal silver with conventional medical treatments offers interesting opportunities to increase the effectiveness of traditional therapies while minimizing side effects. Colloidal silver can be used as a complement to conventional medicines to enhance their effectiveness, especially in cases where antibiotic resistance is a challenge. There are several ways in which colloidal silver and conventional medical approaches can be usefully combined to achieve better results in the treatment of infections and other conditions. Synergistic effect of colloidal silver and antibiotics. One of the most promising uses of colloidal silver in conventional medical practice is in combination with conventional antibiotics. Numerous studies have shown that colloidal silver can have a synergistic effect when used together with antibiotics. This means that the two agents have a stronger antimicrobial effect when used together than if they were used individually. Improved cell membrane permeability. Colloidal silver can weaken the cell membrane of bacteria, making it easier for antibiotics to penetrate the bacterial cells and work. This is especially useful for antibiotics that have difficulty reaching the bacteria effectively due to resistance or other mechanisms. This weakening of the cell membrane increases the effectiveness of antibiotics, and a lower dose can be used to achieve the same effect, reducing the necessary antibiotic dose. Due to the synergistic effect of colloidal silver, the necessary antibiotic dose can often be reduced, which reduces the risk of side effects. Lower doses of antibiotics are less stressful for the body, especially for the immune system and intestinal flora. At the same time, reducing the antibiotic dose can help slow the development of resistance, as a smaller amount of the drug is needed to fight bacteria. Broadening the spectrum of action. While antibiotics typically only work on bacteria, colloidal silver can also work against viruses and fungi. As a result, the combination of the two offers broader coverage, especially in cases where it is not clear whether the infection is bacterial, viral or fungal. This broadened effect can help reduce the risk of secondary infections and improve the chances of recovery. Use in multi-resistant bacteria. One of the biggest problems in medicine today is the spread of multi-resistant bacteria that no longer respond to conventional antibiotics. Studies have shown that colloidal silver can also be effective against these resistant germs. If conventional antibiotics fail or are limited in their effectiveness, colloidal silver can be used as a supportive therapy. Combating MRSA and other resistant germs. Methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, is an example of a resistant strain of bacteria that is difficult to treat with conventional antibiotics. Several studies have shown that colloidal silver is able to combat MRSA by attacking the bacteria's cell walls and destroying them. This makes colloidal silver a promising agent that can be used in addition to the few remaining effective antibiotics. Use in hospitals. Some hospitals have begun using silver compounds in combination with antibiotics to fight infections caused by multi-drug resistant bacteria. Silver dressings containing colloidal silver are an example of this integration into modern medicine. They are used in the treatment of wounds, burns and surgical incisions to reduce the risk of infection and speed up healing. Support of conventional medical treatments for chronic diseases. Colloidal silver can also be used as a complementary therapy in the treatment of chronic diseases that are difficult to treat with conventional medicine. These include chronic infections that keep recurring or diseases in which the immune system is weakened. Immune system support. Colloidal silver is often used to strengthen the immune system and support the body's own defenses. This can be particularly helpful for patients who suffer from chronic infections or a weakened immune system, such as HIV patients or people with autoimmune diseases. In such cases, colloidal silver can be used in addition to conventional medical therapies to reduce the risk of secondary infections and increase the body's general resistance. Anti-inflammatory properties. In addition to its antimicrobial effects, colloidal silver also has anti-inflammatory properties. These can help reduce the body's inflammatory response and promote healing. When combined with conventional anti-inflammatories, colloidal silver can help reduce chronic inflammation, which is often associated with infections or autoimmune diseases, reducing the side effects of conventional medical treatments. Many conventional medical treatments, especially the use of antibiotics or immunosuppressants, can cause side effects such as gastrointestinal problems or a weakened immune system. Colloidal silver can help minimize these side effects. Protecting gut flora. A common problem with antibiotic use is damage to the natural gut flora, which can lead to digestive problems and a weakened immune system. Colloidal silver has the advantage of not affecting gut flora to the same extent as antibiotics. In some cases, it can even help support gut health by fighting pathogenic bacteria in the digestive tract without destroying the beneficial bacteria. Support in the healing of wounds and inflammation. Silver-containing ointments or sprays that contain colloidal silver can help with wound healing and reduce inflammation. This can be particularly helpful in speeding up healing after surgery or in chronic skin conditions that do not respond to conventional medical treatments. Conclusion. Combining colloidal silver with conventional medical treatments offers a wide range of benefits. Colloidal silver can increase the effectiveness of antibiotics, support the treatment of resistant germs, and help reduce side effects of conventional medical treatments. Not only does it work as a standalone antimicrobial therapy, but it can also work synergistically with conventional medications to provide a more comprehensive and effective treatment. Because colloidal silver has a broad spectrum of activity against bacteria, viruses, and fungi, it is particularly well suited to complement conventional medical approaches, especially in times of growing antibiotic resistance. Scientific studies and clinical trials. Colloidal silver has been known as a medicinal agent for centuries, but its effectiveness and use remain the focus of scientific investigation. Research on colloidal silver includes a wide variety of studies examining its antimicrobial effects, safety, and potential uses. While some studies provide positive results, there are also critical voices focusing on safety concerns and standardized use. This chapter examines the scientific literature and the challenges it presents. Clinical studies and case reports on efficacy. Despite its long history and widespread use, clinical studies on colloidal silver are limited. Nevertheless, there are numerous case reports and small studies examining the effectiveness of colloidal silver in various medical fields. Studies on antimicrobial effects. One of the most common studies on colloidal silver relates to its ability to fight bacteria, viruses and fungi. A study published in the Journal of Nanobiotechnology examined the effect of silver nanoparticles on a variety of microbes, including Escherichia coli, Staphylococcus aureus and various viruses. The study showed that colloidal silver was able to inhibit the growth of these microorganisms and destabilize their cell membranes. Multi-drug-resistant bacterial strains such as MRSA also showed susceptibility to colloidal silver. Wound care case reports. Colloidal silver is widely used in wound care, especially for slow-healing or infected wounds. Hospitals use silver-containing dressings and ointments to prevent infection and promote healing. Several case reports have shown that patients who used colloidal silver in the form of dressings or sprays experienced faster healing and lower infection rates. One case report published in the International Wound Journal documented the successful treatment of a chronic wound that was refractory to conventional antibiotics with colloidal silver. Studies on use for respiratory infections. One study examined the effectiveness of colloidal silver in patients with chronic sinusitis, a condition often caused by bacterial infections. The patients who used colloidal silver as a nasal spray reported significant improvement in their symptoms. Although the study was small, it showed promising results in reducing inflammation and fighting infections in the respiratory tract. Viral infections. While colloidal silver is primarily known for its antibacterial properties, some studies have also investigated its effects against viruses. A study published in the Journal of Virological Methods showed that silver nanoparticles were able to block the replication of HIV and hepatitis viruses. These results suggest that colloidal silver may be effective not only against bacteria but also against certain viral pathogens. Current research results and trends. Modern research on colloidal silver is increasingly focusing on its role in nanotechnology and its potential application in medicine. Current studies aim to understand the exact mechanisms of its antimicrobial action, improve its safety and find new uses. Nanotechnology and medical applications. Advances in nanotechnology have improved the production of colloidal silver by more precisely controlling particle size and increasing the stability of solutions. Nanoparticles of silver have shown promise in several areas of medicine. including wound healing, cancer treatment, and fighting multidrug-resistant bacteria. A recent study in the Journal of Antimicrobial Chemotherapy showed that silver nanoparticles have an enhanced effect against multidrug-resistant bacteria and may produce better outcomes when combined with conventional antibiotics. Silver in cancer research. In cancer research, there is research showing that silver nanoparticles could inhibit the growth of tumor cells. A study published in the Journal of Nanomedicine found that silver nanoparticles slowed the growth of cancer cells in certain types of cancer and could potentially be used as an adjunct therapy. However, these results are still very preliminary and more clinical trials are needed to confirm the safety and effectiveness of this application. Combination with other therapies. A current trend in research is to combine colloidal silver with existing conventional medical treatments to increase effectiveness and reduce side effects. Silver nanoparticles are used in combination with antibiotics to increase their effectiveness by weakening bacterial membranes and allowing the antibiotics to penetrate cells. This research shows that colloidal silver could be useful not only as a standalone therapy but also as a booster for other medications. Criticism and challenges in scientific acceptance. Despite the positive results of some studies, there are still significant scientific and regulatory challenges regarding the acceptance of colloidal silver as a medicinal agent. Lack of large-scale clinical trials. A major criticism of colloidal silver is the lack of large-scale, double-blind, placebo-controlled trials demonstrating its efficacy and safety in various applications. Most of the available studies are either laboratories or animal studies, and comprehensive human clinical trials are lacking. This makes it difficult to establish colloidal silver as a standard treatment in conventional medicine. Safety concerns and argyria. One of the biggest concerns associated with the use of colloidal silver is the rare but serious side effect called argyria. Argyria is an irreversible skin discoloration caused by the buildup of silver in the body. Although this condition is primarily caused by long-term or excessive use of low-quality products, it remains a major factor in the discussion about the safety of colloidal silver. Opponents of the use of colloidal silver argue that the potential risks may outweigh the benefits, especially when used improperly. Regulatory challenges. In many countries, including the US and EU, colloidal silver is classified as a dietary supplement rather than a drug. This means it is subject to less stringent regulatory requirements and manufacturers are not required to provide evidence of efficacy. This ambiguous legal situation makes it difficult to find standardized, quality products and fosters skepticism in the scientific community. Critics call for stricter regulations and clinical testing to ensure safety and efficacy. Conflicting results. Some studies and reports provide conflicting results about the effectiveness of colloidal silver. While some studies indicate a strong antimicrobial effect, others show that the effect may be less pronounced or only occur under certain conditions. This leads to uncertainty in the medical community about the true benefits and reliability of colloidal silver as a therapy. Conclusion. Scientific research on colloidal silver shows promising results regarding its antimicrobial activity and potential medical applications, particularly related to multidrug-resistant bacteria and wound healing. Nevertheless, scientific acceptance remains limited due to the lack of large-scale clinical trials and ongoing safety concerns. To more fully integrate colloidal silver into mainstream medicine, Further rigorous research and stricter regulations are necessary. The debate about its safety and effectiveness will likely continue until more solid scientific evidence is available. Chapter 3. Applications of colloidal silver. Colloidal silver in everyday life. Internal applications. Colloidal silver is used in naturopathy not only for external applications, but also internally to fight infections, strengthen the immune system and for prevention. Due to its broad antimicrobial effects, it is considered a versatile remedy that can help with various everyday health problems. This chapter highlights the internal uses of colloidal silver and shows how it can be used in the treatment of respiratory infections, digestive disorders and for the prevention of infections. Treatment of respiratory infections. Flu, cold, bronchitis. Respiratory infections caused by viruses or bacteria are one of the most common conditions for which colloidal silver is used internally. It is often used to relieve symptoms such as coughs, sore throats and stuffy noses and to shorten the duration of infections. Flu and cold. Colloidal silver is often used to reduce the duration and severity of colds and flu infections. Because it works against both viruses and bacteria, it can inhibit the proliferation of pathogens in the respiratory tract and support the immune system by reducing the burden on the body to fight the infection. Users often report faster recovery and relief from typical symptoms such as sore throat, runny nose and cough. Some prefer to use colloidal silver as a spray for the throat or nose to apply directly to the affected mucous membranes. Bronchitis. Colloidal silver can also be helpful for bronchitis, an inflammation of the bronchial tubes often caused by bacterial or viral infections. It works by fighting the bacteria or viruses in the airways, thereby reducing inflammation. Users use it either in the form of drops or as a spray that is sprayed directly into the throat. Additionally, colloidal silver can also be inhaled to reach deeper into the airways and act directly on the inflamed areas. Use and dosage for respiratory infections. The recommended dosage of colloidal silver for respiratory infections varies depending on the product and concentration. However, a few drops or milliliters of the solution are usually taken several times a day or sprayed into the throat. It is important to limit the intake with a short period of use, a maximum of a few days, to minimize the risk of side effects. Use in digestive disorders and gastrointestinal infections. Colloidal silver is also used to treat indigestion and gastrointestinal infections because it can be effective against harmful bacteria and parasites in the digestive tract without affecting the natural intestinal flora to the same extent as conventional antibiotics. Bacterial gastrointestinal infections. Colloidal silver is used to fight bacterial infections in the gastrointestinal tract, which often cause diarrhea, nausea, and abdominal pain. It works by killing the harmful bacteria in the digestive tract without disrupting the intestinal flora as much as chemical antibiotics. This can be especially useful for infections caused by food poisoning or unsafe drinking water, such as those caused by Salmonella, E. coli, or Campylobacter. Parasitic infections. Colloidal silver is also considered to be an agent against parasitic infections in the gastrointestinal tract. Parasites such as Giardia lamblia or Entomoeba histolytica can cause significant digestive discomfort. Users report that colloidal silver can help eliminate these parasites and soothe the digestive tract. Irritable bowel syndrome and chronic digestive problems. Some users use colloidal silver to treat chronic digestive problems such as irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. Because colloidal silver may have anti-inflammatory effects, many believe it may help reduce inflammation in the gut while fighting harmful bacteria that may contribute to irritable bowel symptoms. Use and dosage for gastrointestinal infections. Colloidal silver is typically taken orally to reach the gastrointestinal tract. A common dosage involves a few drops or teaspoons of the solution taken several times a day over a short period of time. It is often recommended to take it on an empty stomach so that it can work faster in the digestive system, strengthening the immune system and preventing infections. In addition to treating specific infections, colloidal silver is used by many people to generally boost the immune system and prevent infections. Colloidal silver is believed to support the immune system by taking the strain off the body when fighting off infections through its antimicrobial effects and ability to fight pathogens. Preventive use to prevent infections. People who frequently get colds or other infections sometimes use colloidal silver preventively to reduce the risk of contracting them. This can be especially useful during times when the immune system is more challenged, such as during flu season or when traveling to areas with unsafe drinking water. Some users report that taking small amounts of colloidal silver regularly makes them less susceptible to infections. Immune system support for weakened individuals. People with a weakened immune system, whether from a chronic illness, recent surgery, or other factors, use colloidal silver to support their immune system and increase their resistance to infections. Colloidal silver works in this context through its ability to fight bacteria, viruses, and fungi before they can overwhelm the body. Anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. In addition to its antimicrobial effects, colloidal silver is also believed to have anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. It may help reduce inflammatory processes in the body that can weaken the immune system. Some users report that regular intake of colloidal silver helps reduce overall inflammation and related health problems. Use and dosage for prevention. For the prevention of infections and general immune system support, colloidal silver is often taken in very small doses, such as a few drops daily. However, long-term use should be done with caution, and it is important to keep the dosage low to avoid potential side effects. Conclusion. Colloidal silver can be used internally in everyday life to treat respiratory infections, digestive disorders and gastrointestinal infections, as well as to strengthen the immune system and prevent infections. Although many users report positive experiences with colloidal silver, it should be used carefully and responsibly, especially when taken long-term. The correct dosage and duration of use are crucial to reap the benefits of colloidal silver without the risk of side effects. External applications of colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is used not only internally but also externally to treat various skin problems and infections. Its antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties make it a popular agent for wound disinfection, skin care and even oral and dental hygiene. This chapter explains the various external uses of colloidal silver and describes how it can be used in wound healing, skin conditions and dental care, wound healing and disinfection of skin injuries. Colloidal silver has long been used to disinfect wounds and aid in the healing of skin injuries. It provides broad antimicrobial coverage and can help prevent infection while speeding healing. Disinfecting wounds. Colloidal silver acts as an antiseptic by killing bacteria, viruses and fungi that might be present in open wounds or skin abrasions. It is often applied as a disinfectant to cuts, scrapes, burns and other skin injuries to reduce the risk of infection. Unlike traditional antibiotics, colloidal silver acts on pathogens in several ways and can thus prevent the development of resistance. Accelerate wound healing. Colloidal silver promotes the regeneration of skin tissue and can accelerate wound healing. Silver ions are believed to have anti-inflammatory effects and stimulate cell renewal, which contributes to faster healing. This is especially useful for chronic wounds or for skin injuries that are slow to heal, such as diabetic foot ulcers or serious burns. Use for burns. Silver ointments and sprays containing colloidal silver are often used to treat mild to moderate burns. Due to their cooling and disinfecting effect, they can help relieve pain and reduce the risk of infection. In addition, colloidal silver promotes the formation of new skin tissue, which is crucial in the healing of burns. Application and dosage for wounds. Colloidal silver can be applied directly to the wound, either in liquid form or as a spray. Alternatively, dressings soaked in colloidal silver can be used to ensure a continuous release of silver ions to the wound. Depending on the severity of the injury, the silver is applied several times a day until the wound has completely healed. Treatment of skin diseases such as acne, eczema and fungal infections. In addition to wound healing, colloidal silver is often used in various skin conditions to reduce inflammation, fight infections and promote skin health. Acne. Acne is a skin condition caused by an overproduction of sebum and the presence of bacteria. Colloidal silver works by killing the bacteria that cause inflammation and soothing the skin. The antimicrobial effects of colloidal silver help reduce pimples and blemishes, while its anti-inflammatory properties soothe redness. It can be applied to the affected areas of the skin in the form of topical sprays, creams or gels. Eczema and psoriasis. For chronic skin conditions such as eczema and psoriasis, colloidal silver can help relieve symptoms. Its anti-inflammatory properties can reduce skin irritation and itching, while its antimicrobial properties prevent secondary infections from developing due to scratching. Regular application of colloidal silver to affected areas of skin can help control outbreaks of these skin conditions and soothe the skin. Fungal infections. Colloidal silver is also effective against fungal infections of the skin, such as athlete's foot or nail fungus. It works by attacking the cell walls of the fungi and inhibiting their growth. For fungal skin infections, colloidal silver is typically applied to the affected areas as a spray or ointment. In stubborn cases, such as nail fungus, it can be applied several times a day to fight the infection and heal the affected tissue. Use and dosage for skin conditions. Colloidal silver can be applied to affected areas of the skin as a spray or in the form of creams and gels. Depending on the severity of the skin condition, it should be applied at least once a day. In acute cases, more frequent application may be necessary. Treatment should be continued until symptoms subside. Mouthwashes and dental care. Colloidal silver is also used in oral and dental hygiene to fight bacteria in the mouth, relieve inflammation and support the healing of gum problems. Fights oral bacteria. Colloidal silver can be used as a mouthwash to kill bacteria in the mouth that can lead to gum disease, tooth decay, and bad breath. Because it has both antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, it can help relieve gum inflammation, gingivitis, and improve overall oral health. Healing gum problems. Colloidal silver is often used for gingivitis and other gum problems. It can be applied directly to inflamed gums or used as a rinse to aid healing and prevent infection. In cases of tooth extractions or other dental procedures, colloidal silver can also help promote healing and prevent infection. Toothache relief. Some users report that colloidal silver can relieve toothache caused by inflammation or infection. The antimicrobial effect helps fight the bacteria that can make toothache worse, while the anti-inflammatory effect reduces swelling and pain. Use and dosage in oral hygiene. Colloidal silver can be used as a mouthwash by rinsing it in the mouth for a few seconds and then spitting it out. Alternatively, it can be applied directly to the gums with a cotton swab to specifically treat inflamed areas. It can be used several times a day if necessary. Conclusion. Colloidal silver has a wide range of external uses, from wound healing and disinfection to treating skin conditions and dental care. It is used to both prevent and treat infections and can help promote healing, reduce inflammation, and combat skin and dental problems. As with any use of colloidal silver, it is important to follow the correct dosage and frequency to minimize the risk of side effects and achieve the best results. Applications for animals and in the household. Colloidal silver is not only used in humans, but also in veterinary medicine and in the home. Due to its broad antimicrobial properties, it can be used to treat animals and to disinfect and clean surfaces. It is also considered an environmentally friendly alternative to chemical disinfectants. This chapter looks at the various applications of colloidal silver in pets, livestock, and in household cleaning and environmental care. Colloidal silver in veterinary medicine. Use in pets and livestock. Colloidal silver is increasingly used in veterinary medicine because it acts naturally against bacteria, viruses and fungi without stressing the animal's immune system. It is used on pets such as dogs and cats, as well as on livestock such as horses, cattle and poultry to treat infections and promote health. Treating skin conditions and wounds in pets. Colloidal silver is commonly used in pets to treat skin infections, wounds and rashes. It can be sprayed or applied directly to wounds or infected areas of skin to promote healing and prevent infection. Because it has broad antimicrobial activity, it is often used as an alternative to antibiotics, especially for chronic or difficult to heal wounds. Pet owners report good results in treating hot spots, skin fungus and eczema, infections and respiratory diseases in pets. Colloidal silver is also used internally in pets to treat respiratory or eye infections. For ear infections, it can be put in the ears to kill bacteria and fungi, while for eye infections, it is used as drops. Some pet owners use colloidal silver to treat colds and other respiratory diseases by giving it orally to relieve symptoms and fight the infection. Use in livestock. In agriculture and livestock, colloidal silver is used as a natural infection control agent. It is used to treat and prevent infections in cattle, horses, sheep and poultry. Colloidal silver can be added to drinking water to support the animal's immune systems or used as a spray to treat skin and wound infections. Farmers often use it as an alternative to antibiotics, especially in livestock where antibiotic use is restricted to prevent the development of resistant germs. Use and dosage in animals. Colloidal silver can be used both externally and internally in pets and livestock. The dosage varies depending on the size of the animal and the type of treatment. Typically, A few drops are mixed into the drinking water or applied directly to the affected areas. It is advisable to coordinate the use with a veterinarian to ensure the correct dosage. Disinfection and cleaning in the home with colloidal silver. In addition to its use in veterinary medicine, colloidal silver is used in the home as a disinfectant and cleaning agent. It offers a natural and environmentally friendly alternative to chemical cleaners and can be used in various areas of the home. Surface cleaning. Colloidal silver can be used as a disinfectant for surfaces in the kitchen, bathroom, and other areas of the home. It is effective against bacteria, viruses, and fungi and can help reduce germs on countertops, doorknobs, light switches, and other frequently touched areas. Many users appreciate colloidal silver because it contains no harsh chemicals, yet is effective at reducing germs. Food cleaning. Some users use colloidal silver to clean fruits and vegetables to remove potential bacteria or pesticide residues. It can be applied to the food as a spray solution and rinsed off after a short exposure time. This provides a natural method of food hygiene that is free of chemical residues. Air purification. Colloidal silver can also be used as a spray to disinfect indoor air. In rooms where there are a lot of people or where there is a risk of infection, such as hospital rooms, it can help reduce the concentration of germs in the air. This can be especially useful in preventing the spread of colds and flu. Textile and laundry disinfection. Colloidal silver can also be used to disinfect textiles, towels or bedding, by adding it to the wash cycle or applying it as a spray to fabrics. It can help eliminate bacteria and unpleasant odors. It offers a gentle, natural method of cleaning textiles that come into contact with sensitive skin. Environmentally friendly solutions through the use of silver. Colloidal silver is considered an environmentally friendly alternative to chemical disinfectants and antibiotics due to its natural antimicrobial properties. Its applications in the home and pet care not only provide health benefits but also contribute to a smaller environmental footprint. Avoiding chemicals in the home. Using colloidal silver for cleaning and disinfection can help avoid harsh chemicals such as chlorine bleach or other synthetic disinfectants. This reduces the amount of chemicals that end up in wastewater and helps reduce environmental impact. Colloidal silver is biodegradable and leaves no harmful residue that could contaminate the water or soil. Reducing antibiotic use in animals. The use of colloidal silver in veterinary medicine can help reduce dependence on antibiotics, especially in livestock farming. Since antibiotics are often used in large quantities in agriculture and contribute to the development of resistant bacteria, colloidal silver is a natural alternative that does not cause resistance problems. This can not only contribute to animal health, but also protect the environment by reducing antibiotic contamination of soil and water. Use in plant care. Colloidal silver is also used in plant care to repel pests, fungi and bacteria without harming the environment. It can be applied as a spray to plants to protect them from fungal diseases and is an environmentally friendly alternative to chemical pesticides. Conclusion. Colloidal silver has versatile applications in veterinary medicine and in the home. It can help pets and livestock treat infections, disinfect surfaces and air in the home, and even serve as an environmentally friendly alternative to traditional chemical cleaning products. Due to its antimicrobial properties, colloidal silver is a sustainable solution that promotes both animal health and home cleanliness without harming the environment. Chapter 4. Practical tips for using colloidal silver. Correct dosage and administration methods. The correct dosage and concentration of colloidal silver is crucial to achieving the desired health benefits while minimizing the risk of side effects. Since colloidal silver is available in different concentrations and administration forms, it is important to know how to make the right choice and how to use it safely, both for adults, children and animals. How to choose the right concentration. Colloidal silver is available in different concentrations, usually measured in ppm, parts per million, which describes how many parts of silver there are per million parts of solution. Common concentrations range from 10 ppm to 50 ppm, with each concentration being more suitable for different applications. Lower concentrations, 5-15 ppm. These concentrations are usually sufficient for most internal uses and long-term preventative use. Lower concentrations have the advantage of being safer for regular use and have a lower risk of side effects. When taken daily to support the immune system or prevent infections, a concentration of 10 ppm is often recommended. Medium concentrations, 15-30 ppm. These concentrations are appropriate for acute health problems, such as infections or skin problems, where a stronger antimicrobial effect is required. For short-term treatments of respiratory infections, digestive disorders, or minor skin conditions, a concentration of around 20 ppm may be appropriate. These concentrations are also often used for topical applications such as wound healing or to treat acne. Higher concentrations, 30-50 ppm and above. Higher concentrations are usually recommended for severe infections or topical applications where an intense antimicrobial effect is required. This is particularly useful for stubborn skin infections, difficult to heal wounds, or chronic conditions. It is important that higher concentrations are usually only used for short periods of time to avoid the risk of side effects such as silver buildup in the body. Combination of concentration and particle size. In addition to concentration, the particle size of colloidal silver is also an important factor in its effectiveness. Smaller particles have a larger surface area and can interact more effectively with microorganisms, which means that lower concentrations with smaller particles can sometimes be just as effective as higher concentrations with larger particles. It is advisable to opt for products that offer both a suitable concentration and an optimal particle size. Dosage for adults, children and animals. The dosage of colloidal silver depends on the method of use, age, weight and health status of the user. It is important to follow the recommended dosage to ensure effectiveness while ensuring safety. Dosage for adults. Internal use for acute infections. In acute respiratory infections, digestive disorders or bacterial infections, it is usually recommended to take a dose of 1 teaspoon, about 5 ml of colloidal silver, 10-20 ppm several times a day. This can be taken over a period of 7 to 10 days. In more severe infections, the dose can be increased to up to 2 teaspoons, but it should not be taken over a longer period of time to avoid the accumulation of silver in the body. External use for wounds and skin problems. Colloidal silver can be applied directly to the skin, either in the form of drops, spray or cream. For wounds and skin infections, it is recommended to apply colloidal silver to the affected areas several times a day. A spray or ointment with a concentration of 15-30 ppm is usually effective for external applications. Preventive use. To prevent infections or to support the immune system, adults often take a lower dose, such as 1 teaspoon, 5 ml of colloidal silver, 5-10 ppm, once daily. This dosage is suitable for long-term use, but the dose should be interrupted periodically to prevent a buildup of silver in the body. Dosage for children. Special care should be taken when using colloidal silver in children because their immune systems are more sensitive and they have a lower body weight. It is recommended to consult a doctor before using it in children. Internal use for acute infections. Children can usually be given half the adult dose. For acute infections, the recommended dose is about 2.5 milliliters. Half a teaspoon of colloidal silver, 5-10 ppm, once or twice daily. It should not be taken for more than a week unless a doctor has recommended a longer course of treatment. Topical use for skin problems. For skin infections, wounds or rashes, colloidal silver is safe to apply to children's skin. A spray or cream with a concentration of 10-20 ppm can be applied to the affected areas several times a day. This will help disinfect the skin and promote healing. Dosage for animals. Colloidal silver is also used on pets and livestock. The dosage depends on the size and weight of the animal. It is important to choose the right concentration and closely monitor the dosage. Internal use in pets. For smaller pets such as cats or small dogs, the usual dosage is about 1-2 drops of colloidal silver, 10-20 ppm, per 5 kilograms of body weight, administered once or twice daily. Larger dogs may receive 5-10 drops per 5 kilograms of body weight. This is usually administered over a period of 7-10 days, depending on the severity of the condition. External use in animals. Colloidal silver can also be used externally on pets and livestock to treat wounds, rashes or infections. A spray or ointment can be applied directly to the affected areas. Application can be done several times a day until symptoms disappear. Dosage for livestock. In agriculture, colloidal silver is often added to the drinking water of livestock in low concentrations. For cattle, sheep and poultry, the recommended concentration in drinking water is about 10-20 ppm. This helps prevent infections and strengthen the animal's immune systems. Forms of administration. Drops, spray, creams and more. Colloidal silver is available in a variety of forms, each of which is used differently depending on the application and type of treatment. Each form has its own benefits and is suitable for specific uses, whether internally, externally, or for pet and household care. This section explains the most common ways to take colloidal silver, drops, spray, creams and other forms, and their uses. First drop. Colloidal silver in drop form is one of the most common methods of administration, especially for internal use. This form offers precise dosing and can be taken directly or applied to affected areas. Internal use. Drops are ideal for oral use, especially in the treatment of respiratory infections, digestive disorders or for general immune system strengthening. The drops can be dropped under the tongue or diluted in water and then drunk. The recommended dosage is usually 5 to 10 drops per application, depending on the concentration and intended use. Eye and ear treatments. Drops can be placed directly into the eyes or ears to treat infections such as conjunctivitis or ear infections. Colloidal silver in low concentration, 5-10 ppm, is safe and effective in these cases to reduce inflammation and fight infection. Use in pets. Drops are also commonly used in pets, either by direct oral administration or by adding to drinking water. It provides a convenient and gentle way to administer colloidal silver to small pets or livestock. Second, spray. Colloidal silver in spray form is particularly practical for external applications and for disinfecting surfaces or caring for wounds. Sprays allow easy and even distribution of colloidal silver on skin, mucous membranes or other surfaces. Topical use on the skin. Sprays are ideal for treating wounds, skin infections, acne, eczema and fungal infections. Colloidal silver in spray form can be sprayed directly onto affected areas of skin several times a day to fight infection and promote healing. It is also useful for reaching hard-to-reach areas such as the back or feet. Throat and nasal sprays. Sprays are especially useful for upper respiratory infections. For colds, flu, or sore throats, colloidal silver can be used as a throat spray to fight bacteria and viruses. Nasal sprays containing colloidal silver can help with sinus infections or runny noses by moistening the mucous membranes and fighting the bacteria. Disinfection of surfaces and air. Colloidal silver in spray form is also great for disinfecting surfaces in the home. It can be sprayed on door handles, kitchen countertops and other frequently touched areas to kill bacteria, viruses and fungi. It can also be used in the air as a spray to reduce germs and purify the air in a room. 3. Creams and gels. Colloidal silver creams and gels offer another effective way to apply silver topically to the skin. These forms are particularly useful in treating skin conditions, wounds and inflammation, wound healing and skin problems. Creams and gels containing colloidal silver are often used to treat wounds, burns, skin infections and acne. The silver particles penetrate the skin and fight pathogens while the cream soothes and protects the skin. Colloidal silver in gel form can also have a cooling and soothing effect on inflamed or irritated skin. Long-lasting protection. Unlike sprays, creams and gels offer long-lasting protection because they remain on the skin and the silver particles are released continuously. This makes them ideal for the care of chronic skin conditions such as eczema or psoriasis. Mouthwashes and dental care. Colloidal silver as a mouthwash or in dental care products is becoming increasingly popular because it fights bacteria in the mouth and contributes to tooth and gum health. Disinfectant mouthwash. Colloidal silver mouthwashes can help fight bacteria in the mouth that cause bad breath, gingivitis and tooth decay. The mouthwash is typically swished in the mouth for about 30 seconds and then spit out. This reduces the bacterial load and contributes to oral hygiene. Toothpaste with colloidal silver. Some toothpastes contain colloidal silver to improve oral hygiene. The silver helps eliminate harmful bacteria in the mouth and keep gums healthy. These products offer a natural alternative to traditional antibacterial toothpastes. Inhalation. Inhalation of colloidal silver is a lesser known but effective method, especially for respiratory infections such as bronchitis or pneumonia. Use for respiratory infections. Colloidal silver can be inhaled with a nebulizer to penetrate deep into the respiratory tract and fight bacteria and viruses there. This method is particularly effective for severe respiratory diseases, as the silver reaches the bronchi and lungs directly and can exert its antimicrobial effect there. Wound dressings and bandages. Wound dressings and bandages containing colloidal silver are widely used in medical wound care, especially in hospitals and in the treatment of difficult-to-heal wounds. Treatment of chronic wounds and burns. Silver dressings are often used on patients with chronic wounds, such as diabetic ulcers, or severe burns. These special dressings provide a continuous release of silver ions that disinfect the wound and accelerate healing. They are particularly effective in cases where conventional treatments have not been successful or there is a risk of infection. Conclusion. Colloidal silver is available in a variety of forms that offer specific benefits depending on the application. Drops, sprays, creams, gels and mouthwashes are the most common forms of administration, which can be used both internally and externally. Each form has its own benefits. Drops and sprays are ideal for targeted applications, while creams and gels offer long-lasting protection. It is important to choose the right form and concentration depending on the specific application to achieve optimal results. Making your own versus buying ready-made colloidal silver. The decision to make your own colloidal silver or buy it ready-made depends on several factors. Both options have advantages and disadvantages, ranging from control over the production process to assurance of quality. This chapter compares making your own colloidal silver and buying ready-made products, including the equipment, procedures, and the risks and benefits involved. Production at home, equipment and procedures. Making colloidal silver at home is basically possible and requires only some basic materials and equipment. People who use colloidal silver regularly sometimes choose to make it themselves to reduce costs or to maintain control over the quality of the solution. Equipment and materials required. To make colloidal silver at home, some special equipment and materials are required. Silver rods or wires. High purity silver, at least 99.99%, is necessary to ensure that no harmful impurities enter the solution. Silver rods or wires are commonly used. Distilled water. Distilled water must be used for preparation as tap water or bottled water may contain impurities that affect the quality of the colloidal silver solution. Power source. Generator. A generator or DC power supply is needed to pass electricity through the silver rods and dissolve the silver ions in the water. There are special devices for producing colloidal silver that provide a constant and safe voltage. Glass containers. Since metal containers can react with silver, glass containers are recommended to store and prepare the solution. Manufacturing process. The process of making colloidal silver at home is relatively simple. Fill a glass container with distilled water. Place 2 silver rods in the water without touching each other. Connect the generator to the silver rods to pass an electrical current through the water. This process ionizes the silver, releasing small silver particles into the water. The manufacturing process usually takes 1–2 hours, depending on the desired concentration. The longer the current flows, the more silver particles are released into the water and the higher the concentration. ppm. Control of particle size and concentration. In home production, it is difficult to precisely control the particle size and exact concentration of the solution. Without special equipment such as particle sizers, the solution may be inhomogeneous or contain silver particles of different sizes. This may affect the effectiveness and safety of the solution. Risks and benefits of in-house production. Making colloidal silver at home can have both benefits and risks. It's important to weigh the pros and cons before deciding to make your own. Advantages of in-house production. Cost savings. Making colloidal silver at home can be more cost-effective in the long run, especially for people who use it regularly. One-time purchases like a generator and silver rods are the main costs, while distilled water is very cheap. This makes home production attractive for users who need large quantities. Control over the manufacturing process. Making your own gives you full control over the entire process. You can ensure that only pure silver and distilled water are used and make the solution to your own preferences. Some users appreciate this control as they want to be sure that there are no additives or chemicals in their colloidal silver. Quick availability. If you need colloidal silver regularly, you always have access to fresh solution by producing it yourself. This can be practical, especially if the product is difficult to buy in certain regions or there are delivery times. Risks and disadvantages of in-house production. Difficulty in controlling quality. One of the biggest disadvantages of homemade solutions is the difficulty in accurately controlling the particle size and concentration of the solution. Professionally manufactured solutions are produced under strict conditions to ensure uniform, small silver particles. When made at home, particle size can vary, which can reduce the effectiveness of the solution or even pose health risks, as larger particles may not be completely eliminated from the body and could accumulate. Danger of overconcentration. Without accurate measuring instruments, there is a risk of the concentration of the silver solution becoming too high. Too high a concentration can increase the risk of side effects, including the rare but serious condition argyria, an irreversible discoloration of the skin caused by silver buildup. Professionally manufactured products are carefully tested to ensure the correct concentration. Lack of purity of water. If poor quality distilled water or even regular tap water is used, impurities such as minerals and salts can contaminate the solution. These impurities can react with the silver and result in an ineffective or potentially harmful solution. Possible uncertainty about effectiveness. Since home production may not offer the same control over particle size and distribution as industrially manufactured products, there is a risk that the homemade solution will be less effective. Professional products are usually tested for effectiveness and offer consistent quality, which is not always guaranteed with homemade solutions. Benefits of buying ready-made colloidal silver. Quality assurance. Professionally manufactured colloidal silver products typically undergo rigorous quality control to ensure consistent particle size and the correct concentration. This increases the effectiveness and safety of the products. Certified manufacturers provide transparent information about the manufacturing and product, giving consumers confidence. Easy availability and application. Ready-made products are ready for immediate use and do not require any special equipment or knowledge. They are available in different concentrations and dosage forms adapted to different needs. Application is simple and safe, with no risk of production errors. Safety and consistency. Since commercial products are regularly tested for purity and consistency, there is less risk of contamination or excessive silver concentration. This is especially important to avoid side effects such as argyria. Many manufacturers also offer lab reports or certificates to verify quality. Disadvantages of buying ready-made colloidal silver. Higher cost. Ready-made products are often more expensive than making them at home. For regular users, the cost can be significant over time, especially if colloidal silver is needed in higher quantities or concentrations. Less control over ingredients. Although most professional manufacturers use pure silver and distilled water, the consumer has less control over the exact ingredients or manufacturing process. This can be important for people who want to ensure there are no additives or preservatives. Conclusion. The decision between making your own or buying ready-made colloidal silver depends on individual priorities. Those who want to reduce costs and control the manufacturing process themselves can benefit from making their own, but should be aware of the potential risks and uncertainties. Buying ready-made products, on the other hand, offers the advantage of quality assurance, safety and ease of use, but can be more expensive. For people who value consistency and safety, certified, commercially produced products are usually the better choice. How to recognize high-quality colloidal silver. Choosing high-quality colloidal silver is crucial for the effectiveness and safety of use. Since there are many products on the market, it is important to know what to look for in order to recognize a quality solution. In this section, we will describe the main characteristics of a good colloidal silver product and provide practical tips to ensure that the product you buy is of high quality. Purity of silver. The purity of silver is one of the most important factors that determine the quality of colloidal silver. High-quality colloidal silver should consist only of pure silver to avoid impurities. Pure silver, 99.99% or higher. Make sure the silver you use is at least 99.99% pure. This information should be provided by the manufacturer. High-purity silver prevents unwanted metals or contaminants from entering the solution that could be harmful to health. Certificates and laboratories analyses. Reputable manufacturers often offer certificates or laboratories analyses that confirm the purity and composition of the silver. These analyses guarantee that there are no harmful additives or impurities and that the silver concentration is correct. Use of distilled water. The quality of the water used to make colloidal silver is crucial to the purity of the solution. High-quality colloidal silver is made using only distilled water because it is free of contaminants that could affect its effectiveness and safety. Distilled water. Make sure the product contains distilled water and not simply purified water. Distilled water is free of minerals, salts and impurities that could react with the silver ions and reduce the quality of the solution. Avoiding tap water. Products made with tap water should be avoided because tap water may contain traces of minerals and other substances that promote the formation of undesirable compounds. Particle size and distribution. The size and uniform distribution of the silver particles play a crucial role in the effectiveness of colloidal silver. The smaller and more uniform the silver particles are, the better the body can absorb and use them. Nanoparticle size 1-10 nm. High-quality colloidal silver contains nano-sized silver particles, usually between 1 and 10 nanometers. Smaller particles have a larger surface area and can interact more efficiently with microorganisms, enhancing their antimicrobial effect. Manufacturers of high-quality products often specify the particle size and confirm the nano-size through independent laboratories analysis. Uniform particle distribution. A homogeneous distribution of the silver particles in the solution is important to ensure a uniform effect. High-quality products are produced using precise manufacturing processes to ensure that the silver particles are evenly distributed and do not clump. Concentration in ppm. Parts per million. The concentration of colloidal silver is measured in ppm, parts per million, and indicates how many silver particles are contained in the solution. The concentration should be appropriate for the intended use. Common concentrations. High-quality colloidal silver is typically offered in concentrations of 10 to 50 ppm. For most applications, a concentration of 10 to 20 ppm is sufficient. Higher concentrations, over 30 ppm, are intended for special applications such as treating stubborn infections or topical applications, but should be used with caution. Avoid concentrations that are too high. Products with extremely high concentrations, over 100 ppm, should be avoided as they are not necessarily more effective and could increase the risk of side effects, including argyria. A concentration that is too high may indicate that the particle size is larger, which reduces effectiveness and may affect safety. Color and clarity of the solution. The color and clarity of colloidal silver can also be an indication of the quality of the product. A good colloidal silver should have a clear or slightly golden color, depending on the particle size and concentration. Clear or golden solution. A high-quality colloidal silver solution will be either clear or slightly golden in color. A clear solution indicates that the particles are very small and evenly distributed. Slight coloration is common at higher concentrations, but it should not be dark or cloudy. Avoid cloudy or dark solutions. Dark gray or brown solutions can be a sign of larger silver particles or contaminants. These products are often less effective and can pose health risks as larger silver particles can build up in the body. Manufacturer transparency and reputation. The transparency and reputation of the manufacturer are crucial factors when it comes to identifying high-quality colloidal silver. Reputable manufacturers provide clear information about the manufacturing process, the materials used, and independent testing. Transparent manufacturers. Look for manufacturers that openly provide information about silver purity, particle size, concentration, and materials used. Companies that offer lab certificates or independent analysis are usually more trustworthy because they are willing to provide evidence of their quality controls. Reputation and reviews. A good indication of the quality of a product is the reputation of the manufacturer and the reviews from other customers. Products from established manufacturers with many positive reviews and years of experience are usually more reliable. Avoid additives and preservatives. High-quality colloidal silver should only consist of pure silver and distilled water. Products with additives or preservatives should be avoided as these can affect the purity and effectiveness of the colloidal silver. Pure composition. The product should consist exclusively of silver and distilled water. Additives such as stabilizers or preservatives can neutralize the silver ions and reduce the antimicrobial effect. Natural form without chemicals. Avoid products that contain chemical additives as these can affect the quality of the colloidal silver and cause potentially unwanted side effects. Conclusion. High-quality colloidal silver is characterized by purity, small particle size, appropriate concentration, and transparent manufacturing practices. Look for clear or slightly golden solutions with no additives, and prefer products that have been tested for purity and potency through laboratories analysis. Manufacturers that provide clear information about their products and have positive customer reviews are usually reliable sources of high-quality colloidal silver. Safety aspects and possible side effects. As with any form of alternative medicine, It is important to understand the potential risks and safety aspects of colloidal silver. Although it has been used for centuries, some concerns have arisen regarding long-term use and potential side effects. This chapter will cover the safety aspects, common myths, and truths surrounding colloidal silver side effects, including argyria, drug interactions, and long-term use. Argyria. Truth and myths about skin discoloration. Argyria is a rare but serious side effect caused by the buildup of silver particles in the body. This condition results in a bluish or gray discoloration of the skin that is usually permanent. The risk of argyria is small, but it is important to understand the connection between colloidal silver and this condition. The truth about argyria. Cause of argyria. Argyria occurs when excessive amounts of silver enter the body and accumulate in the skin and other tissues. The silver reacts with light and oxygen to form silver salts that discolor the skin. This condition is most often the result of long-term ingestion of colloidal silver in high doses or low-quality silver solutions containing large particles or impurities. Risks of improper use. Argyria typically occurs when colloidal silver is taken in very high doses for long periods of time. Regularly taking solutions with a concentration above 50 ppm or using low-quality colloidal silver increases the risk. There is also a higher risk when using homemade solutions where particle size or purity is difficult to control. Modern products and lower risk. When using high-quality, commercially produced colloidal silver in low concentrations, 10-20 ppm. The risk of argyria is extremely low. Modern manufacturing processes ensure smaller particle sizes that are more easily eliminated from the body without accumulating. In addition, responsible users pay attention to recommended dosages and time-limited applications to ensure safety. Myths about argyria. Any ingestion of colloidal silver will cause argyria. This is a myth. Argyria only occurs when the silver is taken over a long period of time and in high doses. Short-term use of colloidal silver in low doses, as recommended for medical purposes, does not usually cause argyria. Single use can cause argyria. This is also false. Argyria only develops with chronic overexposure to silver. Single or short-term applications of colloidal silver in low doses do not pose any risk. Interactions with other medications. Another important safety consideration is the potential interaction of colloidal silver with other medications. While colloidal silver is generally safe when used externally, potential interactions with prescription medications should be considered when taken internally. Potential interactions. Antibiotics. Since colloidal silver has antimicrobial properties, it can theoretically enhance the effect of antibiotics or, in some cases, hinder it. Some studies have shown that colloidal silver can have a synergistic effect when combined with certain antibiotics, enhancing the effect of the antibiotics. However, caution is advised and it is advisable to consult a doctor before taking antibiotics and colloidal silver at the same time. Thyroid medications. Some reports suggest that silver may interfere with the absorption of thyroid hormones. So people taking medications to treat thyroid conditions should be especially cautious and discuss taking colloidal silver with their doctor. Chelators and detoxifying medications. Medications used to bind and excrete heavy metals, for example, chelators, could affect the effects of colloidal silver by increasing the excretion of silver from the body. Again, it is advisable to speak to a doctor before using them together. Blood thinners. there is some evidence that colloidal silver might affect the effects of blood thinners. People taking anticoagulants such as warfarin should be cautious and tell their doctor before using colloidal silver. Safety precautions. Consult a doctor. If you are taking any prescription medications, it is important to consult a doctor before using colloidal silver to avoid potential interactions. Avoiding concurrent use. In many cases, it may be safer to take colloidal silver and medications at different times of the day to minimize potential interactions. Long-term use. Risks and precautions. Although colloidal silver is generally safe for short-term therapy, there are concerns about long-term use, especially at high doses. Long-term use of colloidal silver may lead to a buildup of silver in the body, which could be potentially harmful. Risks of long-term use. Argyria. As mentioned above, argyria is the biggest risk with long-term and excessive use of colloidal silver. While this risk is low with short-term use, it increases with long-term use, especially with high concentration or inferior quality products. Silver accumulation in the body. With long-term use, there is a possibility that silver particles that the body cannot excrete may accumulate in various organs and tissues. This may not only lead to cosmetic problems such as argyria, but may also potentially affect the functions of organs, although serious health problems are rarely reported. Precautions for long-term use. Limiting the duration of use. Colloidal silver should generally not be taken long-term without medical necessity. Most experts recommend using colloidal silver only for a limited period of time, usually no longer than 7-10 days, unless under medical supervision. Breaks between applications. When taking colloidal silver over a long period of time, regular breaks should be taken to give the body a chance to eliminate excess silver. It is advisable to take a break of at least several weeks between cycles. Use low concentrations. To minimize the risk of side effects, users should preferably use products with low concentrations, 10-20 ppm, especially when used internally. Higher concentrations should only be used for short periods of time and under medical supervision. Regular medical monitoring. People who take colloidal silver long-term should have their health monitored regularly. This includes, in particular, monitoring kidney and liver function, as these organs are responsible for excreting silver. Conclusion. Colloidal silver is generally safe to use when used in appropriate dosages and for a limited period of time. Argyria, a rare but permanent side effect, can be avoided with proper use. It is important to be aware of potential drug interactions and to take precautions when taking colloidal silver long-term. Anyone who is unsure or has chronic medical conditions should consult a doctor before use to minimize risks. 5. Myths, misconceptions and facts about colloidal silver. Colloidal silver has been used in natural medicine for centuries, but there are numerous misconceptions and myths surrounding its use and effects. A lot of inaccurate or false information about its properties circulates, especially on the internet and in the media. This chapter clears up the biggest misconceptions about colloidal silver and separates fact from fiction to provide a clear perspective on this natural remedy. 15.1. Can colloidal silver cure any disease? A common myth about colloidal silver is that it is a cure-all that can cure any disease. However, this claim is greatly exaggerated and has no scientific basis. The myth of the panacea. Exaggerated claims. There are many reports and claims that colloidal silver can cure an incredible range of diseases, from the common cold to cancer, HIV and diabetes. Some of these claims are even spread by manufacturers or people who sell their own products. However, the idea that colloidal silver can cure virtually any disease is not scientifically based and often leads to unrealistic expectations among users. Lack of scientific evidence. While there are some studies confirming the antimicrobial effects of colloidal silver, solid scientific evidence supporting its effectiveness in treating serious diseases such as cancer or autoimmune diseases is lacking. Research on colloidal silver is often limited and focuses mainly on its antimicrobial properties, especially in treating bacteria, viruses and fungi. The reality: colloidal silver is not a panacea. Effectiveness in specific uses. Colloidal silver has been shown to have antimicrobial properties and can be helpful in fighting bacterial, viral and fungal infections. It has been used successfully to treat wounds, skin conditions and minor infections. However, this effect is based on its ability to destroy microorganisms and not on its ability to cure every type of disease. Limitations of colloidal silver. Colloidal silver is not able to cure serious systemic diseases such as cancer, autoimmune diseases or viral infections such as HIV. It should never be used as a substitute for conventional medical treatments, especially for serious health problems. People suffering from chronic or life-threatening diseases should only use colloidal silver as a complementary therapy and always consult with their doctor. Risks of relying on alternative remedies. Reliance on colloidal silver as a cure-all carries the risk that people may delay or avoid important medical treatments altogether, which can have serious health consequences. In cases of serious illness, it is crucial to rely on evidence-based medical therapies and to use colloidal silver only as an adjunct when appropriate. 15.2. False information in the media and on the internet. There is a lot of misinformation about colloidal silver circulating on the internet and in the media, often spread by people who have no medical training or a commercial interest in selling colloidal silver products. This misinformation often leads to misunderstandings about the effects and safety of colloidal silver. Typical misinformation and misunderstandings. Colloidal silver cures all types of infections. A common misconception is that colloidal silver can cure any type of infection, whether bacterial, viral or fungal. While colloidal silver has been shown to have antimicrobial properties, it is not equally effective in all cases and should not be considered a universal cure for every infection. For example, there is limited evidence of its effectiveness for severe viral infections. Colloidal silver is completely free of side effects. Some proponents claim that colloidal silver has no side effects whatsoever, which is incorrect. Although it is considered relatively safe when used correctly, there are potential risks, especially with excessive intake or long-term use, such as the risk of argyria or drug interactions. All silver solutions are equal. The internet often gives the impression that all colloidal silver products are the same, regardless of quality or manufacturing process. However, this is not the case. The quality of colloidal silver depends greatly on the particle size, concentration and purity of the solution. Inferior products may contain impurities or have poor quality silver particles that are less effective and may pose health risks. How to detect misinformation? Check the sources. Information about colloidal silver should come from trusted and scientifically based sources. Websites that do not provide sources for their claims or offer products for sale without providing scientific evidence are often not reliable. Official health organizations and scientific studies are the best sources for reliable information. Question cure claims. Any claims that colloidal silver can cure a particular disease should be viewed with skepticism. Cures are rarely used in medicine, and such claims often indicate exaggerated marketing promises. Instead, look for claims based on studies and clinical evidence. Recognize promotional exaggerations. If a website or seller makes exaggerated claims or presents colloidal silver as a solution to a variety of serious health problems without offering medical advice, this should be considered a red flag. Products advertised as a cure-all are usually not legitimate. Responsible use of colloidal silver. Complementary use. Colloidal silver can be a valuable adjunct to the treatment of minor infections or skin conditions, but should not be used as a substitute for conventional medical treatments, especially for severe or chronic conditions. Consult a doctor before using colloidal silver, especially if you have existing health problems or are taking medications. It is advisable to consult a doctor. A doctor can help evaluate potential interactions and side effects and ensure that using colloidal silver is safe. 15.3. The truth about health claims. Colloidal silver is often marketed as a cure-all, and many claims are made about its healing properties. But it is important to distinguish between scientifically proven facts and exaggerated or false health claims. This section explains which health claims about colloidal silver are true and which are considered misleading. Scientifically proven properties of colloidal silver. There are some well-documented benefits of colloidal silver that are backed by scientific studies and years of experience. These uses are realistic and based on the actual capabilities of the product. Antimicrobial effect. Fights bacteria, viruses and fungi. Colloidal silver is known for its antimicrobial properties, which make it effective against a wide range of microorganisms. Studies have shown that silver particles can inhibit the growth of bacteria such as Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli. It is used successfully in disinfecting wounds and treating mild bacterial and fungal skin infections. In this area, there is scientific evidence supporting the effectiveness of colloidal silver as an antimicrobial agent. Use in wound healing. In modern medicine, silver-containing dressings and ointments are often used to treat chronic wounds or burns. The colloidal silver prevents the proliferation of bacteria and supports the healing process. The use of silver as a component of medical products is particularly widespread in hospitals, which confirms its effectiveness in wound healing. Support of skin health. Treating skin conditions. Colloidal silver can be helpful in treating acne, eczema, and other skin conditions. Its anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial properties help relieve skin irritation and prevent infections. There are many positive reports of using colloidal silver topically for skin problems. Exaggerated or false health claims. While some uses of colloidal silver are scientifically backed, there are many exaggerated or false health claims often made by manufacturers or sellers. These claims should be critically examined as they are usually not supported by solid scientific evidence. Colloidal silver as a cure for serious diseases. Cancer cure. A common but false promise is that colloidal silver can cure cancer. There is no scientific evidence that colloidal silver can cure cancer or stop the growth of tumors. Cancer is a complex disease that requires specific medical treatments, and relying on alternative remedies like colloidal silver alone is dangerous. People with cancer should rely on evidence-based therapies and seek medical advice. Treatment of HIV/AIDS and other serious viral diseases. There are claims that colloidal silver is able to treat or cure serious viral diseases such as HIV or hepatitis. However, these claims are not scientifically proven. While silver has antimicrobial effects, this is not enough to fight complex viral diseases such as HIV or hepatitis. Such diseases require specific antiviral therapies. Preventive use against all diseases. Boost the immune system. Another common misconception is that colloidal silver should be taken regularly to boost the immune system and prevent disease. There is no scientific evidence that long-term use of colloidal silver boosts the immune system or protects against common disease. In fact, regular use over a long period of time can be harmful and lead to side effects such as argyria. Preventing infections in healthy people. While colloidal silver may help with acute infections, there is no evidence that preventative use by healthy people is necessary or beneficial. Excessive use of colloidal silver without a clear medical reason can lead to silver buildup in the body, which poses potential risks. Avoiding conventional medicine. Substitute for antibiotics and medications. Some vendors claim that colloidal silver can replace antibiotics and other prescription medications. This is a dangerous misconception. While colloidal silver has antimicrobial properties, it is not a substitute for prescription medications, especially for severe bacterial infections that require targeted antibiotic treatment. Foregoing necessary medical treatments can have serious health consequences. Responsible use of health promises. It is important to do your research before using colloidal silver and not to have unrealistic expectations of the product. Responsible use of colloidal silver is based on a clear understanding of its true capabilities and limitations. What to look out for. Have realistic expectations. Colloidal silver is not a cure-all. It can help with mild infections and skin problems, but is not suitable for treating serious illnesses. Those who use colloidal silver should consider it as a complementary measure to conventional medicine and not as a therapy on its own. Respect evidence-based medicine. In cases of serious or chronic diseases, one should rely on evidence-based medical treatments and only use colloidal silver as a complementary therapy in consultation with a doctor. Foregoing necessary medical treatments in favor of alternative remedies can endanger one's health. Be cautious about claims. Health claims that claim colloidal silver is a cure for any disease should be viewed with skepticism. It is important to seek information from reliable sources, such as scientific studies or official health organizations, to ensure that you are making informed decisions. Conclusion. Colloidal silver has proven benefits in treating minor infections and skin conditions, but it is not a cure-all. Exaggerated health claims, especially regarding serious diseases such as cancer or HIV, are misleading and dangerous. Users should use colloidal silver responsibly and with realistic expectations, trusting in evidence-based medicine and critically questioning exaggerated advertising claims. Scientific facts and study results. Colloidal silver has a long history of use in natural medicine, but its actual effectiveness and safety are still being questioned and investigated in modern research. This chapter highlights the current scientific knowledge about colloidal silver, examines its proven uses, its limitations, and possible future developments in research. 16.1. Evidence from research. What has been proven? There is well-documented evidence in the scientific community supporting certain effects of colloidal silver, particularly in the area of antimicrobial properties. These studies provide important insights into the uses and benefits of colloidal silver, although many of the results come from laboratories' experiments or animal models. Antimicrobial properties. Fights bacteria. Studies have shown that colloidal silver has antibacterial properties, particularly against certain pathogenic bacteria such as Staphylococcus aureus, Escherichia coli and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Silver ions attack the cell membranes of bacteria and disrupt their metabolism, causing them to die. These properties have led to silver being widely used in medical products such as wound dressings and disinfectants. The effectiveness of colloidal silver in wound healing is well documented. Studies have found that silver can speed up the healing of wounds and reduce the risk of infection. This is achieved by inhibiting the growth of bacteria and reducing the inflammatory response in affected tissue. In clinical practice, colloidal silver is often used in the form of silver-containing dressings, particularly in patients with chronic wounds or burns. Antiviral and antifungal effects. Although the antibacterial effects of colloidal silver are well documented, there is also evidence that it may have antiviral and antifungal effects. In some laboratories studies, silver particles have been shown to suppress the proliferation of viruses such as HIV and hepatitis. Colloidal silver has also shown positive results in fungal infections caused by Candida albicans. However, there are still no sufficient studies to fully confirm these effects in humans. Synergy with antibiotics. Enhancement of antibiotic effect. There are studies that suggest that colloidal silver can achieve enhanced antimicrobial effect when combined with certain antibiotics. Silver can increase the permeability of bacterial cell membranes, thus facilitating the entry of antibiotics. This could reduce the need for high doses of antibiotics and thus reduce the risk of resistance developing. Use in medicine. Medical devices. Colloidal silver has long been established in medical practice. It is used in products such as catheters, wound dressings and surgical instruments to reduce the risk of post-operative infections. These applications are based on the proven antimicrobial properties of silver, especially against multi-resistant germs. 16.2. Limitations of the use of colloidal silver. Despite the proven antimicrobial effect of colloidal silver, there are also clear limitations highlighted in the scientific literature. These limitations concern both the effectiveness and the safety of its use. Lack of clinical trials. Limited clinical evidence in humans. Many studies supporting the effectiveness of colloidal silver come from in vitro or animal studies. There are few comprehensive clinical studies in humans confirming the same positive results in real-world settings. This means that most uses of colloidal silver still require further research to establish an evidence-based basis for therapeutic use. Limited efficacy in severe infections. No alternative to antibiotics for systemic infections. Colloidal silver is often promoted as a natural antibiotic, but its effectiveness in systemic infections, for example, pneumonia, sepsis, is not sufficiently proven. Serious bacterial infections usually require the targeted and rapid action of antibiotics, which cannot be replaced by colloidal silver alone. Effects on viruses and cancer. Although there are some hints of antiviral effects, colloidal silver has not been proven to be an effective treatment for serious viral infections such as HIV or hepatitis. Likewise, there is no scientific evidence that colloidal silver can cure cancer. Treating these serious diseases requires specialized medical therapies that colloidal silver cannot provide. Security concerns. Argyria and long-term use. A potential risk associated with long-term use or high doses of colloidal silver is the accumulation of silver in the body, which can lead to a rare but irreversible condition called argyria. This condition manifests itself as a permanent bluish discoloration of the skin. Although argyria is rare, it is primarily caused by the improper use of colloidal silver. Drug interactions. As already explained in the chapter on interactions, colloidal silver can interact with certain medications, especially antibiotics and thyroid medications. This requires caution when using colloidal silver at the same time as other therapies. 16.3. Future research, new application areas and potential. Silver research is evolving and there are still many open questions and potential applications that could be explored. Some promising research areas focus on the use of nanotechnology and the development of innovative medical applications. Nanotechnology and medical applications. Improved formulations through nanotechnology. Nanotechnology has the potential to further improve the effectiveness of colloidal silver. By optimizing particle size and distribution, the antimicrobial effect can be increased. Smaller silver particles have a larger surface area and can penetrate bacterial cells more easily, resulting in a stronger effect. Future research could focus on developing silver nanoparticles that are more targeted while being safer. Medical coatings and implants. There is ongoing research into using silver nanoparticles to coat medical implants to reduce the risk of infections. This could be beneficial in hip and knee implants or in pacemakers, as such implants pose a high risk of post-operative infections. Antibiotic resistance and alternative treatments. Colloidal silver in the fight against multi-drug resistant germs. One of the most promising applications for colloidal silver is its potential role in the fight against multi-drug resistant bacteria. At a time when antibiotic resistance is increasing worldwide, colloidal silver could be used as part of a combined therapy approach to enhance the effectiveness of antibiotics while slowing down the development of resistance. New studies on use in chronic wounds and infections. Research continues into how colloidal silver can be used in the treatment of chronic wounds and stubborn infections. Studies on diabetic foot ulcers, which are often difficult to treat, have already shown that silver wound dressings have the potential to promote healing and reduce infection rates. Further research could expand this knowledge and lead to better treatment approaches. Conclusion. Scientific research has confirmed the antimicrobial properties of colloidal silver, particularly in treating wounds and fighting bacterial infections. However, there are clear limitations to its effectiveness in serious diseases and its long-term safety. Future research will likely focus on optimizing the use of silver in medicine. Chapter 6. Personal experiences and case studies. Personal experiences and case studies. Personal reports and case studies provide valuable insights into the use of colloidal silver. While scientific studies form the basis for medical use, individual experiences show how colloidal silver is used in practice and what successes or challenges users experience with it. This chapter highlights success stories of users, both in the treatment of infections and chronic diseases, and looks at the role of discipline and consistency in use. 17.1. User reports. Healing from infections and chronic diseases. Many users report positive experiences with colloidal silver, especially in the treatment of infections and skin problems. These reports come from people who have used colloidal silver for short-term acute problems, as well as from those who have used it over longer periods of time to support their health. Experiences with infections. Quick relief for colds and flu. Some users report that they have successfully used colloidal silver at the first signs of a cold or flu. They describe that the symptoms subsided more quickly or were less intense. Many report that they take colloidal silver in the form of a spray or drops or use it for inhalation to directly combat the viruses in the respiratory tract. Success in bacterial infections. Other users share their experiences in treating bacterial infections such as cystitis, ear infections or sinusitis. Many reports mention colloidal silver as an effective alternative or supplement to antibiotics, especially when conventional medications have not worked sufficiently or when recurrent infections have occurred. Experiences with chronic diseases. Support for skin conditions. Users with chronic skin problems such as acne, eczema or psoriasis report a significant improvement in their skin condition through regular use of colloidal silver. It is often used in the form of sprays or creams to soothe inflamed areas of skin and prevent infections. Some even report long-term relief from their skin symptoms. Helps with chronic respiratory diseases. People who suffer from chronic respiratory diseases such as bronchitis or asthma report that colloidal silver has helped them fight respiratory infections. By ingesting or inhaling the colloidal silver, they were able to reduce the frequency of infections and relieve their respiratory symptoms. 17.2. Long-term use. Personal stories about successes and challenges. Long-term use of colloidal silver brings both successes and challenges. Some users use colloidal silver regularly as part of their health routine to prevent infections or relieve chronic conditions. They report not only the positive effects, but also the difficulties and considerations associated with long-term use. Success stories of long-term use. Preventive use and general well-being. Some users use colloidal silver regularly to boost their immune system and prevent infections. These people often report getting sick less often and feeling generally fitter. Some take it in small doses daily or weekly, while others use it only when needed, such as during flu season. Long-term relief of chronic conditions. Users who suffer from chronic conditions such as recurrent bladder infections or gastrointestinal problems report success with regular use of colloidal silver. They describe that ingesting or applying colloidal silver externally has helped them reduce the frequency of flare-ups and control their symptoms. Challenges of long-term use. Safety concerns and dosage adjustment. Some users share concerns about long-term use of colloidal silver, particularly regarding potential side effects such as argyria. To address these risks, some users experiment with different dosages and breaks in use. Regular health monitoring and responsible use are key aspects. Uncertainty about effectiveness. While many report positive experiences, there are also users who are unsure whether long-term use of colloidal silver actually produces the desired effect. In some cases, the results are described as subtle, which leads to questions about whether taking it is really necessary or effective. 17.3 The importance of discipline and consistency in application. User reports show that discipline and consistency are important factors for success with colloidal silver, whether for treating acute infections or for supporting chronic diseases. Regular and targeted use plays a crucial role in its effectiveness. Consistency in acute treatment. Proper dosage for infections. Users report that they get the best results when they use colloidal silver consistently and on a set schedule, especially for acute infections. Taking it at the first symptoms of illness, followed by regular doses over several days, is often the key to a quick recovery. Combination with other treatments. Many successful users combine colloidal silver with other natural or conventional treatments. This combination therapy also requires discipline and close monitoring to determine the correct doses and timing of administration. Discipline in long-term use. Regular use for chronic illnesses. For people who use colloidal silver to support chronic illnesses, discipline is key. Successful users report that regular use has reduced the frequency and severity of flare-ups. A set plan that includes the correct dosage and breaks between applications will help minimize side effects and maximize the positive effects. Health monitoring and adjustments. With long-term use, it is important to monitor your health and make adjustments as needed. Some users report adjusting the dosage or frequency of their applications based on their current health status. However, this flexibility requires ongoing monitoring and a willingness to modify use when necessary. Conclusion. Personal testimonials and case studies show that colloidal silver can be used successfully in the treatment of infections and chronic diseases. Discipline and consistency are crucial factors in achieving the desired results. At the same time, however, the reports also reveal the challenges, especially with long-term use, and underline the need for responsible use and regular health checks. Medical and therapeutic opinions. The opinions of doctors and alternative practitioners on colloidal silver are varied and reflect the different experiences and views of conventional medicine and naturopathy. While some doctors are skeptical and point out potential risks, alternative practitioners and naturopathically oriented therapists often see colloidal silver as a valuable addition to conventional treatments. This chapter highlights the views of medical professionals, documents case studies from practice and provides recommendations for responsible use. 18.1. What doctors and alternative practitioners say about colloidal silver. Doctors and conventional medicine. Skepticism and caution. Many doctors are skeptical about the use of colloidal silver. This is mainly because there are limited clinical studies demonstrating the effectiveness and safety of colloidal silver in treating diseases. Doctors who rely on evidence-based medicine often point out the potential side effects, especially the risk of argyria, and advise their patients to rely on proven medical treatments. They emphasize that colloidal silver is not an alternative to antibiotics or other prescription drugs, especially for serious infections. Use in medicine. On the other hand, some doctors recognize the antimicrobial properties of colloidal silver, especially in the context of wound treatment. Silver-containing wound dressings and creams are widely used in hospitals, especially for the treatment of chronic wounds or in patients with burns. These applications are well documented and offer clear benefits in preventing infections. Alternative practitioners and naturopathic therapists. Proponents of use. Alternative medicine practitioners and naturopathic therapists often see colloidal silver as an effective way to support the immune system and fight infections. They value its broad antimicrobial effects and often use it in the treatment of bacterial, viral and fungal infections. They view colloidal silver as a gentle alternative to antibiotics, especially for recurrent infections where antibiotics may no longer work. Holistic approaches. In naturopathy, colloidal silver is often used as part of a holistic treatment approach. It is used not only for acute infections, but also to support chronic conditions, for detoxification and to promote general health. Naturopaths emphasize the importance of individual dosing and advise their patients to pay attention to the quality and purity of the colloidal silver. 18.2. Reports from practice. Case studies and treatment successes. Doctors. Silver in wound treatment. Wound healing in chronic wounds. An example from medical practice concerns the use of silver-containing wound dressings in patients with chronic wounds, such as diabetic foot ulcers. Doctors report positive results when colloidal silver is used in the form of dressings. The antimicrobial effect helps prevent infections and promotes healing. In many cases, regular use of silver dressings has been able to shorten the healing time and reduce the risk of complications. Post-operative use for burns. Colloidal silver is also used successfully in the treatment of severe burns. Reports show that creams containing silver help to reduce the risk of infections in the burned skin, which is particularly important for large area injuries. Silver acts as a barrier against bacteria and at the same time facilitates the regeneration of the skin. Alternative practitioners. Successful treatment of infections. Treatment of respiratory infections. Alternative practitioners often report successful treatments with colloidal silver in patients with recurrent respiratory infections. For example, an alternative practitioner from Germany documented the case of a patient with chronic bronchitis who no longer responded to conventional medication. Regular inhalation of colloidal silver significantly reduced the frequency of infections, and the patient reported a significant improvement in his quality of life. Support for recurrent urinary tract infections. In naturopathy, there are also positive reports on the use of colloidal silver for recurrent urinary tract infections. A patient who regularly suffered from bladder infections and became increasingly resistant to antibiotics was able to relieve her symptoms in the long term by taking colloidal silver in combination with herbal therapy. After 6 months, she reported a significant reduction in the frequency of infections. Borderline cases and challenges. Failed treatments. There are also reports of patients who had little or no effect from using colloidal silver. In some cases, colloidal silver was not effective in fighting serious infections, which meant that patients ultimately had to resort to antibiotics. This shows that colloidal silver does not have the desired effect in all cases and does not guarantee treatment success. Side effects and overdose. There are also reports of patients suffering side effects from improper use of colloidal silver, especially from long-term use in high doses. In some cases, silver-related skin discoloration, argyria, has occurred, highlighting the need to use colloidal silver responsibly and in appropriate dosages. 18.3. Recommendations for correct use. Both doctors and alternative practitioners emphasize the importance of using colloidal silver responsibly. The recommendations for correct use are based on practical experience and research and are intended to help maximize effectiveness while minimizing the risk of side effects. Recommended dosages and forms of application. Short-term use for acute infections. Doctors and alternative practitioners advise using colloidal silver only for short periods of time for acute infections to avoid possible side effects. For adults, a daily dose of 5 to 10 milliliters of a 10-20 ppm solution is often recommended. This use should be limited to 7 to 10 days unless a therapist or doctor recommends longer use. External use for skin problems. For skin infections or wounds, many experts recommend the use of colloidal silver in the form of sprays, creams or dressings. The silver product should be applied to the affected area several times a day until healing occurs. Wound dressings containing silver are usually used for chronic wounds or injuries that are difficult to heal. Long-term use only under supervision. Long-term use of colloidal silver should be undertaken with caution and only under medical or alternative practitioner supervision. The risk of silver accumulation in the body is particularly high with excessive use, so breaks should be planned between applications to minimize the risk of side effects. Combination with other therapies. Complementary use. Colloidal silver can be usefully used as a complement to other therapies, especially in naturopathy. It is often used in combination with herbal remedies, homeopathy or dietary supplements to fight infections or support the immune system. Coordination with conventional medical treatments. When using colloidal silver at the same time as conventional medical treatments, especially antibiotics, a doctor should always be consulted to avoid possible interactions and to develop the best possible treatment strategy. Conclusion. Opinions of doctors and alternative practitioners on colloidal silver vary, with conventional medicine referring primarily to scientifically proven applications and safety concerns, while alternative practitioners see positive results in practice. However, both sides emphasize the need for responsible use. Experience reports and case studies show that colloidal silver can be used successfully in many cases, with precise dosage and consistency being crucial. Chapter 7. The Path to Optimal Health with Colloidal Silver. The path to optimal health with colloidal silver. Colloidal silver has been used for centuries as a natural remedy to support the immune system and fight infections. Regular and correct use of colloidal silver can help improve overall well-being and help prevent disease. This chapter explores how colloidal silver can be used to prevent disease, support the immune system, and as part of a holistic health strategy. 19.1. Prevention of diseases through colloidal silver. A major benefit of regular use of colloidal silver is its ability to prevent infections before they occur. The antimicrobial properties of colloidal silver help fight off pathogens and reduce the risk of infections. Preventive use. Protection against bacterial and viral infections. Colloidal silver has been shown to have antimicrobial properties and may help reduce the risk of infections. People who regularly come into contact with pathogens, such as those in healthcare settings or in large crowds, may benefit from the preventative use of colloidal silver. Taking small doses, for example, 1 teaspoon daily at 10 ppm, may help support the immune system and protect against common infections such as colds or flu. Use in vulnerable groups. People with weakened immune systems, such as the elderly or those with chronic diseases, may benefit from regular use of colloidal silver. However, Special care should be taken to avoid overdose, and use should be done in consultation with a doctor. For vulnerable groups, preventive use of colloidal silver may be a useful addition to other preventive measures, such as proper nutrition and a healthy lifestyle. Benefits of external application. Protect against skin infections. Colloidal silver can also be used to prevent skin infections. Regularly applying silver solutions to the skin, especially in areas prone to irritation or injury, can help prevent infections. This is especially useful for people who suffer from chronic skin problems such as eczema or acne. Use for everyday disinfection. Colloidal silver can be used in the home as a natural disinfectant. It can help clean surfaces that often come into contact with germs, such as door handles, smartphones or work surfaces. This offers an easy way to reduce the risk of infections in everyday life without resorting to harsh chemicals. 19.2. Support of the immune system and natural healing powers. In addition to its preventative effects, colloidal silver also plays a role in strengthening the immune system and promoting the body's natural healing powers. This is especially important to support the body's ability to fight off infections on its own. Strengthening the immune system with colloidal silver. Activating defense mechanisms. Colloidal silver can help stimulate the immune system by boosting the body's defenses against pathogens. It helps neutralize bacteria, viruses, and fungi in the body before they have a chance to cause infections. This means the body is better able to fight off invaders, leading to better overall health. Aids in recovery. People suffering from chronic illnesses or recurring infections report that colloidal silver has helped them recover from illness more quickly. It is believed that silver can promote cell renewal, which could speed up wound healing and recovery from illness. Restoring balance in the body. Promote gut health. Colloidal silver can help support the balance of gut flora by killing harmful bacteria without harming the beneficial bacteria to the same extent. This is especially important for people who suffer from indigestion or gastrointestinal infections, as the gut plays a key role in the immune system. Anti-inflammatory effects. Colloidal silver can have anti-inflammatory effects, making it particularly useful in treating inflammation that weakens the immune system. Reducing inflammation in the body can promote natural healing and reduce the risk of chronic diseases. 19.3. The path to a holistic health strategy. While colloidal silver can provide many health benefits, it is most effective when incorporated into a holistic health strategy. This means that the use of colloidal silver should be combined with other healthy habits to promote wellness and prevent disease. Combination with a healthy lifestyle. Diet and exercise. A balanced diet rich in vitamins, minerals and antioxidants naturally supports the immune system. Colloidal silver can complement this natural support by reducing the risk of infections. Regular exercise also helps strengthen the immune system and makes the body more resistant to disease. Stress management. Chronic stress weakens the immune system and makes the body more susceptible to disease. A holistic health strategy should therefore also include stress management techniques such as meditation, yoga or breathing exercises. Colloidal silver can help fight off infections during stressful times when the immune system is weakened. Integration of natural remedies. Combination with herbal remedies. Colloidal silver can be combined well with other natural remedies to create a comprehensive health strategy. Herbs such as echinacea or ginger can provide additional support to the immune system and complement the effects of colloidal silver. These combinations can help to strengthen the body holistically and prevent disease. Regular detoxification. Regularly detoxifying the body can help flush out harmful substances and relieve the immune system. Colloidal silver can play a supporting role in detoxification programs by killing harmful bacteria and viruses while the body rids itself of toxins. However, care should be taken to ensure that detoxification programs are not too intense or stressful for the body. Conclusion. Colloidal silver can be a valuable tool for promoting health and preventing disease. It supports the immune system, enhances natural healing powers, and can be integrated into a holistic health strategy. By combining colloidal silver with a healthy lifestyle, stress management, and natural remedies, optimal health and well-being can be achieved. The integration of colloidal silver into everyday life. Colloidal silver can be used not only in the treatment of infections or diseases, but also as a preventative measure and as part of a healthy lifestyle. There are numerous ways to incorporate colloidal silver into your daily life, both in the home and for personal and family health. This chapter provides practical tips on how to use colloidal silver in your daily life and shows how it can be used as part of a natural health plan. 20.1 Tips for daily use in the household and for the family. The versatility of colloidal silver allows it to be used in a variety of ways around the home and for the whole family. Here are some practical tips for integrating colloidal silver into your daily routine. Household use. Disinfecting surfaces. Colloidal silver can be used as a natural disinfectant to clean and disinfect surfaces around the home. A simple spray of colloidal silver can be applied to door handles, kitchen countertops, light switches, and other frequently touched surfaces to kill bacteria and viruses. This is especially useful in homes with young children or during cold season. Cleaning food. Another area of application is the cleaning of fresh fruits and vegetables. Spraying food with colloidal silver and then rinsing it can reduce the risk of bacterial contamination. This is especially useful for raw vegetables or fruits that are not cooked. Air and room disinfection. Colloidal silver can also be used in a room spray to disinfect the air, especially during times when viruses and bacteria are on the rise. Spraying a silver solution in living spaces can reduce the germ load in the air, lowering the risk of infections. Application in the family. For minor injuries and wounds. For minor cuts or abrasions, colloidal silver can be used as a natural disinfectant. It helps clean the wound, kill bacteria and promote healing. It can be applied in liquid form or as a spray directly to the affected area. Help with skin irritations. Colloidal silver can be used to treat skin irritations such as acne, insect bites, eczema or rashes. Its anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial properties make it a gentle and effective solution for relieving itching and irritation. Support for colds. At the first signs of a cold or flu, colloidal silver can be ingested or inhaled to suppress the proliferation of viruses and shorten the course of the disease. This applies to both adults and children, but parents should always use an appropriate dose for children and, if in doubt, clarify the use with a doctor. 20.2 Colloidal silver as part of a natural health plan. Colloidal silver can be an important part of a holistic and natural health plan aimed at strengthening the immune system, preventing infections, and promoting overall health. Here are some ideas for how to regularly incorporate colloidal silver into a natural health plan. Preventive use. Small daily doses for prevention. A low daily dose of colloidal silver can be taken to support the immune system and boost the body's defenses. For example, many people use 5 ml of a 10 ppm solution as a daily preventative measure, especially during cold season. Use for specific health problems. People with chronic conditions or a weakened immune system might benefit from taking colloidal silver regularly. For example, people who are prone to frequent urinary tract infections might use colloidal silver as an adjunct therapy to prevent infections. Natural remedies for the whole family. Boosting the immune system for children. For children who get sick frequently or are in contact with many other children, for example, at school or kindergarten, colloidal silver can provide an additional layer of protection. However, parents should always make sure that the dose is adapted for children and, if in doubt, consult a pediatrician. Complementing other health-promoting measures. Colloidal silver can be combined well with other natural remedies and practices to promote the health of the whole family. This could include taking vitamins, eating nutrient-rich foods, or using essential oils to support wellness. 20.3. Combination with other natural remedies. Not only is colloidal silver a standalone remedy, but it can also be effectively combined with other natural remedies to maximize health benefits. Here are some examples of how colloidal silver can be used along with other natural remedies. Combination with herbal remedies. Echinacea for immune system support. Echinacea is a popular herbal remedy for boosting the immune system. When combined with colloidal silver, it can be particularly effective in preventing infections and supporting the body's natural defenses. Echinacea can be taken in the form of tea, drops, or capsules, while colloidal silver is used at the same time for additional immune system support. Combine with ginger and turmeric to reduce inflammation. Ginger and turmeric are known for their powerful anti-inflammatory properties. When combined with the anti-inflammatory effects of colloidal silver, this combination can be particularly useful for reducing inflammation in the body and aiding in the healing of infections. A ginger and turmeric tea could be complemented by taking colloidal silver to enhance the health benefits. Combination with probiotics for intestinal health. Probiotics and colloidal silver to support gut flora. Colloidal silver can help reduce harmful bacteria in the digestive tract, while probiotics help promote the beneficial bacteria. This combination is particularly beneficial for gut health, as a healthy gut plays an important role in the immune system. Probiotics should be taken after taking colloidal silver to ensure that the good bacteria in the gut are promoted. Supplementation with essential oils. Essential oils to improve respiratory health. Inhalations with essential oils such as eucalyptus or thyme can clear the airways and help with respiratory conditions. Adding colloidal silver to this natural inhalation process can enhance the antimicrobial effects. This combination can help soothe the airways and fight off infections in the early stages. Lavender oil for soothing and colloidal silver for skin care. For skin irritations or minor burns, a mixture of colloidal silver and lavender oil can be used to promote healing and soothe the skin. Lavender has anti-inflammatory and soothing properties, while colloidal silver reduces the risk of infection. Conclusion. Colloidal silver can be integrated into everyday life in many ways, whether for disinfection in the home, to support family health, or as part of a natural health plan. Combining it with other remedies and using it regularly can maximize the positive effects. A holistic approach to health that uses colloidal silver in conjunction with other natural remedies and a healthy lifestyle can help improve well-being in the long term. Chapter 8: The Future of Colloidal Silver in Medicine and Health. Colloidal silver and the future of medicine. Colloidal silver has had a place in medicine as a natural remedy for centuries. But with advances in science and technology, its role in modern medicine may continue to grow. Research continues to discover new uses that expand the potential of colloidal silver beyond traditional applications. This chapter looks at the innovative uses, the role of colloidal silver in preventative medicine, and its synergy with other medical advances. 21.1 Innovative applications in modern research. Scientific research on colloidal silver continues to develop, and there is increasing interest in the possibilities offered by silver nanoparticles in medicine. These nanoparticles open up new fields of application that could potentially revolutionize medicine, particularly in infection control and regenerative medicine. Silver nanoparticles in wound healing. Improved wound healing products. Colloidal silver is already used in silver-containing wound dressings, but research into nanotechnology could increase its effectiveness even further. Nanoparticles allow the silver to be better distributed over the wound, which could increase the antimicrobial effect. Recent studies show that silver nanoparticles are able to suppress the growth of bacteria more effectively and promote the regeneration of skin cells. Surgical applications. The development of surgical materials coated with silver nanoparticles could significantly reduce the risk of postoperative infections. This is particularly relevant in modern surgery, where infections are one of the biggest complications despite high hygiene standards. The use of silver-coated catheters or implants could also become more important in the future. Antibiotic resistance and colloidal silver. Combination with antibiotics. An increasingly important area of research is the use of colloidal silver to combat antibiotic-resistant bacteria. There is evidence that silver in combination with antibiotics can increase the effectiveness of the antibiotics by weakening the cell walls of the bacteria, making it easier to absorb the antibiotic. This could help to alleviate the resistance problem and improve the effectiveness of existing antibiotics in the future. Silver as an alternative to antibiotics. At a time when the world is facing the challenge of multi-drug resistant germs, colloidal silver could provide a valuable alternative to conventional antibiotics. Research shows that silver is effective in fighting bacteria such as Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli, even strains that are resistant to common antibiotics. New medical products with colloidal silver. Silver in dentistry. Modern dentistry is investigating the use of silver nanoparticles to improve oral hygiene and prevent gum disease. There are already products such as toothpastes and mouthwashes that contain colloidal silver, and future research could expand the use of these products. Silver in cancer research. Cancer research is also investigating the role of silver nanoparticles as a potential aid in cancer therapy. Some studies suggest that silver may be able to inhibit the growth of tumor cells, especially when combined with other therapies such as radiotherapy or chemotherapy. However, this is still a very early area of research that requires further investigation. 21.2. The role of colloidal silver in preventive medicine. Preventive medicine is becoming increasingly important as the focus of healthcare increasingly shifts to preventing disease and promoting overall health. Colloidal silver could play a key role in this area by helping to prevent infections and support the immune system. Strengthening the immune system with colloidal silver. Preventive use to prevent infections. Colloidal silver could be used as part of a preventive strategy to prevent infections, especially during times when people are at higher risk of infection, such as during flu and cold season. Regular, controlled use of colloidal silver could help reduce the risk of disease. Protecting at-risk groups. People with weakened immune systems, such as the elderly or those with chronic diseases, could particularly benefit from regular use of colloidal silver. By helping to fight off infections, the silver could provide an additional layer of protection, especially in environments with high infection pressure, such as hospitals or nursing homes. Long-term health strategy. Reducing the use of antibiotics. Preventive use of colloidal silver could reduce the need for antibiotics, especially for recurrent infections caused by bacteria. This would not only help reduce personal healthcare costs but also combat general antibiotic resistance in the population. Hygiene and disinfection in everyday life. Colloidal silver could also play a larger role in daily hygiene. Its use as a disinfectant in the home or in public spaces could curb the spread of pathogens, especially during global health crises such as pandemics. Colloidal silver could help minimize the spread of viruses and bacteria. 21.3. Synergy with other medical advances. The future of medicine may lie in the combination of different technologies and therapeutic approaches. Colloidal silver could play a crucial role in conjunction with other medical advances, especially in areas such as nanomedicine, regenerative medicine and infection control. Nanotechnology and colloidal silver. Improved delivery methods. The use of nanotechnology could enable the development of new, more effective delivery methods for colloidal silver. This could allow the silver to target specific areas of the body, whether it be wound healing or fighting infections, while minimizing unwanted side effects. Integration into smart materials. Colloidal silver could be integrated in the future into the development of smart medical materials that respond to infections in real time. These materials could release silver ions as soon as an infection is detected, allowing for targeted and needs-based treatment. Regenerative medicine and colloidal silver. Promote tissue regeneration. In regenerative medicine, silver nanoparticles could help accelerate the healing of damaged tissue. This could be particularly beneficial in wound treatment or in the regeneration of skin and muscles after injury or surgery. Application in stem cell research. There are early indications that silver nanoparticles could be used in stem cell research to support the growth of cells or to influence the differentiation of stem cells. This could lead to new therapies in the future, especially in the field of regenerative medicine and the healing of severe tissue damage. Combination with new therapy methods. Silver in immunotherapy. Colloidal silver may play a role in immunotherapy in the future by enhancing the immune system's response to certain diseases. In combination with immunomodulators, it could help to specifically stimulate or regulate the immune system to fight infections or tumors. Synergy with probiotic therapies. Combining colloidal silver with probiotic therapies could open up new possibilities for strengthening the gut flora and immune system. While colloidal silver kills harmful bacteria, Probiotics could simultaneously help rebuild the beneficial bacteria in the body, which could lead to a more holistic treatment of digestive and immune problems. Ethical considerations in the use of natural remedies. The use of natural remedies such as colloidal silver goes beyond their medical efficacy and touches on important ethical issues. These concern the responsible use of natural resources, the impact on the environment, and the role that natural remedies can play in global healthcare. This chapter examines the ethical dimensions of the use of natural remedies, with a particular focus on sustainability and equity in healthcare. 22.1. Responsibility in the use of natural resources. Natural remedies often come from nature and use resources that may be ecologically valuable and limited. Responsible use of these resources is therefore of key importance to both protect the environment and ensure a sustainable supply for future generations. Sustainable extraction of raw materials. Sustainability in production. The production of colloidal silver and other natural remedies should be designed to have minimal environmental impact. Silver used to make colloidal silver solutions must be mined responsibly to minimize the environmental impact of mining. Sustainable mining methods that reduce the ecological footprint and protect human and animal habitats are essential. Avoid overuse. Uncontrolled use of natural resources to produce remedies can lead to an imbalance in nature. It is important that remedies such as colloidal silver are not produced and used in excessive quantities, but that responsible and conscious use is the priority. Companies and consumers alike should be aware of their responsibility to keep demand and production in balance. Environmental compatibility and waste management. Environmentally friendly manufacturing methods. The processes used to produce natural remedies should be environmentally friendly. This means that the materials used, from the silver electrodes to the packaging, should be environmentally friendly and, if possible, recyclable. Colloidal silver manufacturers could use biodegradable packaging and design their production methods to use little energy and resources. Waste disposal and recycling. Proper disposal of excess or expired colloidal silver and its packaging materials is critical to avoid contamination of the environment. Consumers should be informed of ways to dispose of or recycle empty containers and leftovers in an environmentally friendly manner to minimize the environmental footprint. Preservation of traditional knowledge treasures. Respect indigenous knowledge. Many natural remedies, including colloidal silver, have their origins in indigenous and traditional medicine systems. It is important to respect the knowledge and practices of these cultures and not exploit them. The commercialization of natural remedies should be done in close collaboration with the communities that have used these remedies for centuries, and these communities should benefit from the economic advantages. Protecting biodiversity. The use of natural remedies should be done with the aim of preserving biodiversity. Many medicinal plants and natural resources are under threat, and overexploitation can lead to the loss of valuable species. It is crucial to use natural remedies sustainably and not to endanger nature. 22.2 Natural remedies and their role in global health care. Natural remedies, such as colloidal silver, play an important role in healthcare in many cultures, particularly in areas where access to modern medical care is limited. But their role in the global healthcare landscape brings both opportunities and challenges. Access to affordable healthcare. Complementing modern medicine. In many regions of the world, particularly in rural or underserved areas, natural remedies are often the only form of healthcare. Colloidal silver can be an important complement to existing medical structures, especially where access to antibiotics or other medications is limited. The availability of natural remedies could help improve healthcare worldwide. Affordability and availability. One advantage of natural remedies such as colloidal silver is their potential affordability compared to expensive pharmaceutical drugs. However, it is important that these remedies remain affordable and accessible even in developing countries. The commercialization of natural remedies must not lead to a price increase that makes them unaffordable for people in poor regions. Safety and efficacy in traditional medicine. Regulation and standardization. Natural remedies should be safe and effective. This requires clear standards for the manufacturing and ingredients of such remedies. Regulatory authorities could work with traditional healers to ensure that natural remedies such as colloidal silver are of high quality and safe to use. This is especially important to increase people's trust in traditional medicine while protecting their health. Scientific research and traditional medicine. It is important that scientific research and traditional medicine systems cooperate to validate the efficacy and safety of natural remedies such as colloidal silver. By sharing knowledge, both sides can benefit from each other and thus ensure sustainable and evidence-based healthcare. Such collaborations could also lead to natural remedies being integrated as an integral part of modern healthcare systems. Equal opportunities in healthcare. Equitable access for all. The benefits of natural remedies should be distributed fairly around the world. Access to natural remedies that are inexpensive and effective should be promoted, particularly in developing countries. This could help reduce inequalities in global health care and give more people access to effective treatments. Preventing biopiracy. One challenge in commercializing natural remedies is ensuring that the knowledge and resources of indigenous peoples are not exploited without their consent. Biopiracy, the exploitation of natural resources without adequate compensation, is a serious ethical issue. It is important that companies commercializing natural remedies make fair agreements with the communities that hold the knowledge of those remedies. Glossary. This glossary lists important terms and definitions related to colloidal silver and the topics covered in this book. These terms are intended to help provide a better understanding of the concepts covered in the book. 23.1. Important terms and definitions. Antibiotic resistance. The ability of bacteria to adapt to antibiotics, making those drugs less effective or even ineffective. Argyria. A rare but irreversible condition in which a bluish-gray discoloration develops due to the deposition of silver particles in the skin. This usually occurs due to excessive or improper use of silver products. Bactericide. A substance that kills bacteria. Bioavailability. The extent and rate at which a substance, for example, a drug or nutrient, is absorbed into the bloodstream and effectively distributed throughout the body. Chelation. A chemical process in which metal ions, such as silver, are bound by organic molecules to form a stable compound. Colloid. A mixture in which microscopic particles of one substance are evenly distributed throughout another. Colloidal silver is a suspension of tiny silver particles in water. Nanoparticles. Tiny particles that are less than 100 nanometers in size. They are studied and used in medicine because of their special physical and chemical properties. Nanotechnology. A branch of science that deals with the manipulation of matter at the atomic or molecular level, typically in the range of 1 to 100 nanometers. Pathogen. A microorganism that causes disease, such as bacteria, viruses, or fungi. ppm. Parts per million. A unit of measurement used to express the concentration of substances. In the case of colloidal silver, ppm refers to the amount of silver particles in relation to the total amount of the liquid. Probiotics. Live microorganisms that have health-promoting effects, particularly for intestinal health. Preventive medicine. A medical approach that aims to prevent disease before it occurs and promote well-being through preventive measures. Silver nanoparticles. Very small silver particles that are used in medicine and technology due to their small size and high reactivity. Synergy. The enhanced effect that occurs when two or more substances work together to produce a greater effect than when each substance is used in isolation. 24. List of sources and further reading. This section lists the scientific studies and research literature, as well as books, articles and websites used in the creation of this book, and offers recommended further reading for those who would like to delve deeper into the subject of colloidal silver and its uses. 24.1. Scientific Studies and Research Literature. Barshamake, M. et al. 2011. Silver Nanoparticles and Their Antibacterial Properties. Journal of Antimicrobial Chemotherapy. This study investigates the antibacterial properties of silver nanoparticles and their potential use to combat multidrug-resistant bacteria. Ray, M. Yadav, A. Gade, A. 2009. Silver Nanoparticles as a New Generation of Antimicrobials. Biotechnology Advances. This article describes the properties of silver nanoparticles and explains their potential applications in medicine. Chopra, I. 2007. The increasing use of silver-based products as antimicrobial agents. A useful development or a cause for concern. Journal of Antimicrobial Chemotherapy. This review discusses the increasing use of silver in antimicrobial products and the potential health and environmental impacts. Lansdowne, ABG. 2010. A review of the use of silver in wound care. Facts and Fallacies. British Journal of Nursing. This article examines the use of silver in wound care and provides a comprehensive overview of the facts and misconceptions surrounding wound healing with silver. Kim J.S. Cook E. YUKN. et al. 2007. Antimicrobial Effects of Silver Nanoparticles. Nanomedicine, Nanotechnology, Biology, and Medicine. This study documents the antimicrobial effects of silver nanoparticles and their potential for medical applications. Wright, J.B., Lamb, K. Burrell, Ray 1998. Wound Management in an Era of Increasing Bacterial Antibiotic Resistance. A Role for Topical Silver Treatment. American Journal of Infection Control. This paper examines the use of silver in wound care in the face of increasing antibiotic resistance. 24.2. Books, articles and websites on the subject of colloidal silver. Becker, Robert O. 1985. The Body Electric, Electromagnetism and the Foundation of Life. A classic describing the healing properties of silver and its role in medicine, particularly in relation to the electrical activity of the body. Hill, Mark Metcalf. 2010. Silver, the Antibacterial Wonder. This book provides a comprehensive overview of the history, science, and uses of colloidal silver. Natural Medicine Journal. Articles on the therapeutic uses of colloidal silver, especially in naturopathy. www.naturalmedicinajournal.com. Merkler, Joseph. 2020. The Benefits of Colloidal Silver and How to Use It Safely. Merkler Health Resources. This article highlights the potential health benefits of colloidal silver and provides advice on how to use it safely. www.merkler.com. Rights and Ownership Notice. This audiobook is published and distributed by Testberichtdienste LLC. All copyrights, publishing rights, distribution rights, audio rights, and related intellectual property rights for this work have been lawfully and exclusively acquired by Testberichtdienste LLC. Testberichtdienste LLC is the sole and unrestricted rights holder of this audiobook, including the right to reproduce, distribute, publish, monetize, and publicly perform the content on digital platforms such as YouTube. The original manuscript files, source documents, and contractual acquisition records serve as proof of lawful ownership. The original author and/or their authorized representative, Renovatio LLC, has transferred all relevant rights to Testberichtdienste LLC in accordance with applicable copyright and publishing law. This ownership applies to all current and future uses of this work, including audio, video, and digital publications. Effective date of rights ownership: the 1st of February 2026. Any unauthorized use, reproduction, re-upload, redistribution, or claiming of this content is strictly prohibited. Copyright Testberichtdienste LLC. All rights reserved.